me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive.
Good morning, good morning. Sound check, everything good? I hope everybody can hear me okay. It wouldn't be good to sit here and talk without anybody be able to hear me. And y'all don't know how many times I've seen that happen this week with other creators who accidentally forget to unmute. But I have checked and I am unmuted, so yes, good morning, and please hit the like button on your way in. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, guys, and we got to do all we can, apparently. our little bit of effort's not enough. Please hit the like button. It does help the channel. Thank you, Forrest. Sound is good. Yeah, it helps my channel out. Helps get more eyes on the content we cover, right? I don't know how else to say it. It is what it is. And I wish people would not tiptoe around the game any longer. I'm so fed up with the game and game players. It is what it is. YouTube needs the like button to be hit to show that people enjoy the content. But it's as simple as that. So please hit the like button if you don't mind. It's not that hard. I do it for people. It's still showing y'all's numbers behind your names. You didn't get a notification? Well, I don't think I had it out in 30 minutes like I should have either. So that maybe some of that might be my fault, guys. I never claimed to be polished mainstream media over here. And I looked around this morning about 20 minutes ago. I was like, where's my fancy producer? Because I sure could have used one about an hour ago. It's me and me alone. So y'all, we'll have to figure out. Sometimes they say for us if we unsub and sub back up, then that fixes it. I don't know if it does, but I will tell you this. From my own personal experience as a consumer of true crime or different channels, right? I had to go in a year ago and unsub to a ton of channels. I've forgotten that I subbed to trash channels I needed to unsub from that I went and watched for research purposes or whatever. And once I got rid of all those extras that I didn't even care about, my notifications started coming back to normal to the ones I wanted to see. So that's all kind of little things you can check and try. There's no sound way to solve it, according to YouTube anyway. Guys, I did not stream yesterday. I had real adulting to do in life. It is what it is sometimes. And if I'm being honest, I wasn't feeling it because I wasn't sure if I could contain my mouth. I don't need to let that mouth get me into trouble. It probably does that enough. But I just needed to get off the internet for a minute. And then no matter how hard I tried to avoid it, it's boom, there it is. Boom, there it is. It's like forcing me to consume something I wanted no part of. Messy behavior on the internet. Have y'all been being safe on those internet streets? There's a lot going on out there. Well, in certain people's worlds, there's a lot going on. A lot of drama being talked about. A lot of glossing over facts. A lot of empathy's being slung everywhere right now. And by God, if you don't come out here and scream from the rooftops how much empathy you have for people, you might get canceled. I got empathy. I also got common sense and can see you straight through the BS. But we're going to move on to our show today. Woozy. You probably know a little bit about what I'm talking about. I've seen you a few places lately. So, Joy, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. You can't avoid what's being done on the internet right now. Like, me not talking about it is not going to make it go away. The hidden true crime of it all, the drama out there unfolding before our very eyes. And guess what I've concluded after about a week of reviewing a lot of stuff that I didn't even intend to set out to find? It just pops up on my algorithm. Here's what everybody's watching. Oh, they're not watching true crime anymore. We're watching drama unfold. Okay, I'll go bite for a minute until it gets boring and disgusting and like, oh, wait a minute. We got a bunch of messy people out here now doing a little bit of damage control and all the things. And I can't be a part of it. I don't know what's going on anywhere. Here's what I do know, everybody. It is not right to go out and attack someone, right? I mean, you can do you. But if you really feel like you were wronged by somebody, and let's just take it a different route. If you feel like you were wronged in an employment situation, to keep future employers to want to hire you, shouldn't you handle that with some discretion and not run to the streets with some deets, right? Now, the girl can ruin her career if she wants. She can ruin her reputation if she wants. I don't care. What all this drama appears to me to be is women sharing thoughts with other women they probably shouldn't have shared to begin with. And then another girl gets mad at one girl and says, well, I'm going to out you to the world and every bad thing you ever said about them. And here we are. Now, I'm the moral police and I'm not the ethics police. I'm not any of that. Go do you, people. But if you're so messy behind the scenes that you're saying a lot of bad things about people to contract workers, you're asking for a messy situation to unfold at some point, and I'm just going to leave it at that. It's I don't know what you're talking about, Woozy. Trolls even wandered into night with pings. I don't know that person. Trolls are everywhere. What do you mean trolls? Like that did not support Lauren or did? Because I think lines are being drawn in the sand. We either have to support or we don't. And if we don't, we are now being seen as unempathetic. I dare one person in this world to stand up to my face and call me unempathetic. Because we're about to have a long ass conversation about my life and how much empathy I actually have. And a real empath, look, everybody's capable of empathy. Because you feel empathy for your neighbor does not make you an empath. Okay? We need to do a whole show on what an empath truly is. I will take y'all down that road, honestly. I can label myself a million things right now, right here today. Will it get y'all to throw me a bunch of super chats for speaking the truth? Will it? Do I need to give out some fancy t-shirts? What's it going to take? Sorry, I'm in a mood. I just, people are going to have their opinions, and sometimes we have to allow them to have them because they're not always going to align. And it doesn't mean we go attacking each other because we have a different opinion. I don't know when it got to that point out here. And please don't come out here and make me feel guilty for talking about true crime. If you do not want to consume what I'm saying about true crime, you don't really have to be here. If it's not your genre, then bail. I'm not forcing anybody to be here consuming true crime. And I can't handle every single case I cover with kid gloves because somebody might be offended. And furthermore, quit blaming Anjanette Levy of anything. The woman did nothing but be at a CrimeCon event with thousands of other people who happens to work for Law and Crime, who happens to cover large trials all the time. And as Web Sleuths pointed out to everybody who was listening that might have missed it, Bullhorn Betty's stalking case, whatever you want to call it, was televised in the Sebastian Rogers is a child. He is a minor child whose father decided to come on the internet and make a hot mess out of his case. Okay? He came out here and made a hot freaking mess of it, and now we got some new people coming in to stir the pot to make another mess out of the Sebastian Rogers case. Get out of here. So we are going to pick and choose again when we want a camera in the room. Get out of here with that. We can't do that. That shouldn't even be a part of the conversation. And don't go blaming Law and Crime for withdrawing a court document you think you should have filed. Do it anyway. Then come on and air your dirty laundry. But stand your ground and do it anyway. Don't come out here and cry Law and Crime did this and that, and now I can't do this and that. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know where it started. I know who said it originally, and I know who doubled down on it on Duty Ron without a fact to back it up. Though, you gonna spread misinformation, Missy, are you? Not you, Woozy, but she didn't have anything to do with it. She happened to be at a table and allegedly witnessed the events going down. So Lori Hillis decided, yeah, everybody wants to come online and we're not going to say names out loud. Well, shit, they're putting it all over the YouTubes themselves. Hillis said it. Anjanette was at the table. We all saw what was going down. And then now people are like, oh, Anjanette told Law and Crime. Law and Crime's got their own team of people who look for court deck dockets all day, every day. Do we got to have that explained too? Anjanette's not sitting there on go at the court docket every morning on Law and Crime's behalf. That's below her pay grade. Sorry. That's not what she's paid to do. Now, did she see something and witness something and go, huh? Well, hell yeah, she's an investigative reporter. An investigative reporter. Imagine that. I think my biggest problem with this whole messy situation is a bunch of women who got mad at each other. But stop being fake. Anybody and everybody covering it and talking about it. Quit being fake. Quit it. If I said bad things about people behind the scenes, oh, don't think I haven't. I'm human. I can live in the flesh all day long if I want to, but I better snap my ass right out of it. Go outside and touch grass and be grateful for my day. No matter how bad my day is, I've got something I can find to be grateful for, and I'm a person who lives by gratitude, okay? But don't come out here and be fake. That's probably what gets me in trouble the biggest is I'm not fake. I don't know how to be fake. When I try it, it feels icky. Sometimes being honest with your feelings and opinions might get you yelled at in a chat, but I don't care. It's just getting out of hand. Yeah, she's being vilified. Poor old Anjanette ain't done nothing but come out. Y'all come out to these YouTube streets, but what these mainstream reporters and people who think they are not YouTubers need to realize is the YouTube streets are way different than the mainstream media streets. We got a whole ass set of different rules over here. Turns out my cousin's not what got me in trouble with the YouTubes. It's my content. Go figure. True crime content. We talk about things that are ugly sometimes, but whatever. Carrie, there's so much out there. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody who, either panel her or, well, she's only done one panel since the 9 hour live, but other people have analyzed what's been saying. Web Sleuth's done it. What Grayson's been on Web Sleuths. They had another discussion on Web Sleuths again last night, all in favor of supporting Lauren. And I don't have a problem with supporting, thinking what happened to her was wrong. But at the same time, how many times do I got to hear 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 creators come out and say, yes, Lauren said bad things about people? Where's Lauren coming out with a video addressing that? Are we going to forget that part? The people she talked about who now know she talked about them. Private I'm sorries are fine. But if the root of the problem was you talking smack and this girl knows it because you talked to her about it, then maybe you should come out and do an apology to her for your behavior, as well as pointing out the bad girl's behavior. Y'all get what I'm saying? I find it weird. And I call it's doing damage control in a sense. I know some of y'all absolutely back Lauren 1,000%. I'm not saying I don't agree with, her being upset over what was being done on the TikToks. We did a show right here. Everybody wants to go out and talk about their experience, so why not? We did a show here on Madeline Soto, got raided by Dago's little mob crew over there, the mob of mods. Here they come in hot with all their fake accounts and referencing WSU Mom Kim to try to trigger me and get under my skin. Freaks. It happens. Messy stuff happens on the YouTube streets, and they better buckle up and get prepared. And don't be messy behind the scenes and say things to people you don't think you can trust in the future. Look, I got sisters. I am careful about what I put in a text message. Period. I got one who will save them files for 100 years and pull them out when necessary. Lesson learned. When you got a bunch of sisters, you know how to fight on these mean streets. I love my sissies. We are all so different. But yeah, we can come with receipts. Don't bring me none and I won't have none, right? So I hope they get their little mess sorted out. People drawing the lines in the sand, running to Team A, Team B, and becoming holier than thou all of a sudden. There's a bunch of that going on. Well, apparently on Hidden True Crimes Patreon, because now we've run behind the paywall, right? I don't know if the money on the tubes. The thing about the Patreon is anybody can go sub up to your Patreon, including your trolls. I'm not paying nobody to go to their Patreon to go watch a live stream. Shit. I mean, if you just go full on members only on the YouTube, you're gonna have the same problem either way. There's nothing stopping anybody from running to Patreon and subbing up just to see what's being said, right? They're already recording snippets of the Patreon and it's on X. So I don't know I just don't know. Yeah, find a new hobby. So we're going to do that. We're going to talk true crime here unapologetically, and we're going to use grown-up words when we describe things to the best of our ability. And we do it with the utmost sensitivity around here. We try to. Do we talk very matter-of-factly about true crime? Yes, we do, because I do. I know how to compartmentalize things, right? If I'm interviewing a family member, say, that's different. I can handle that conversation with that family member differently, but I can't allow that family member to influence the way I do my show. I can't allow the family members to influence anything about what I do. Or people shouldn't. That's when I think, and if you take a real deep dive at what was going on over there, Lauren got herself involved with some women from a Facebook group from Rexburg, Idaho. Need I say more? I don't play in Facebook groups. You'll never see a comment from Salty Sleuth Investigates in anybody's Facebook page. I guarantee it. Never. I don't even go look unless somebody says, "Did you see this and this and this?" That? Oh, God. Facebook page, really? Do I have to? Lauren said that's where all the good information is. You mean all the good lies and scandals and finger pointing and running amok? Yeah, that same Facebook? Okay. Lots of good information in there from randos on the streets, right? Who know nothing. Like WSU Mom Kim, for instance. So that's where she came from. A Facebook group. And was told to run out there and find T-Rev. Is that dude still around, y'all? One thing Hidden True Crime did do. One time T-Rev had a fake caller in the Idaho 4 case. Oh gosh, it was a big deal. Lauren and her husband got an interview with the guy who was the fake caller. And I appreciated that work she did. I don't got a problem with her work. I actually promoted her work in the Lori Vallow case. In the look into the LDS stuff and all that. But can I even trust it because you are LDS? Maybe you won't be as forthcoming as you should be. But now that's my own personal takeaway. Carrie. It's hard. Dude, I had to get off Facebook several years ago, too. I'd find myself arguing with people I didn't even fucking know. I'm like, what the hell? Arguing with these people. Yes. Lauren Matthias Riley is the host of Hidden True Crime here on YouTube. She filed stalking charges against a former employee. Now, the thing about it is this big, huge debate going around Facebook. Facebook shit, the tubes. What is stalking? What is it? This is not legal advice, but I'm not an idiot. I'm pretty sure stalking crimes vary state to state. We cannot even legally, technically call Brian Koberger a stalker. Even though he was how many times around that house? 23 times. But did he post TikToks about the girls? No, he just watched TikToks about the girls. All the girls between Moscow and Pullman, turns out. All the girls. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that was the gist of last night's Web Sleuth show, I think, was to try to tell the people, because people are really arguing, oh, that's not stalking, she's going out of the line, she's crossing, Guess what? The judge in the state where she filed it agreed that it was stalking and did give her, approve the order. She was getting ready to go back to court for a permanent injunction, right? When Law and Crime got a hold of it. So I'm not here to argue whether or not she was stalked or not legally, right? She was harassed. She had a social media campaign launched against her. I'll call it that. Now, the stalking came into play when she shows up at the bar at CrimeCon within so many feet, and a photo was snapped, and people eyewitnessed to the event, and the cops were called. Jesus Christ. Y'all want to meet in the backyard with our coffee and have a big old gossip session? Because that's all this is a bunch of damn gossip. Yeah, I mean, that Woozy, it's all gonna fall on deaf ears when we try to explain the difference between stalking and non-stalking to people who have their minds made up. It will fall on deaf ears, right? There are people pushing back in the show last night. Oh, that's not stalking. I was actually stalked. I was this. I was that. What state do you live in, honey? Go look up the law in each particular state. I promise you it's going to vary. So the judge granted it. That means you can't come within so many feet, but boom, there you were at the crime con. Within so many feet, you violated your order. It is what it is. Just like you probably shouldn't get all messy behind the scenes and worry about your text messages being released later to make you look bad. Do you get ahead of it and point the finger at this one girl and she's so bad because she did this to me? Well, what was the trigger to that? Does it matter? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not taking up for Christina at all, and I never will. To me, she's a messy little girl. I keep calling her little girl because she appears to be about 30, somebody said, but I'm damn near 60. She's a little girl with a messy attitude. And you women all have children. You all have children. What's wrong with today's kids? Look in the mirror, heifer. Did you just end a TikTok you made with your baby running around the floor playing? With your fancy little goofy TikTok? Did you just finish a 30-minute phone call slandering people with your girlfriends? Was your babies listening in the background? I can't. Yeah, I get it. Here's the thing, Grayson's a young girl too. They're full of their feels and they're full of anxiety. They're all this whole generation, they were trained to believe they have all this anxiety. And I don't know. I do feel sorry for Grayson. She's young. She's in something she doesn't even understand. It's all directed toward her boss. It started in an Airbnb because one got mad because she didn't want to bunk with Grayson in the same house. Now we're going, no. Joe got her a shot of tequila. I'm sure that helped her calm down. Remove themselves from the situation. Now go home, stay off the internet, and just chill. If you need to privately reach out to people and make your apologies, do so. Just get it off the internet because I'm tired of it being on my algorithm feed. Y'all please hit the like button so we can be in the algorithm and not somebody's drama. So we're going to get into our show now because I got a lot to talk about. I could sit here all day and talk about this shit. I really, really could because it's ridiculous to me. I've seen so much, and I'm basing my opinion on everything I've seen over the past several days. I've evaluated a lot with an open mind, without all the noise around me to influence my thinking. I sat back and I honestly looked at what was happening here. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's two guilty parties here. And now we're doing damage control. One went about slander in the wrong way, a social media campaign. That's not the first time social media is going to be used to launch an attack against somebody. So I think the lawmakers need to figure that out, and I'm going to stay out of it until they start working on that and passing bills and doing all the things, right? Jesus. Anybody can make a video about me today at the end of this show and come out and start doing the same thing to us over here. God. If I go out and make a bunch of shorts pointing out of bad channels, pro burger type shit, does that make me? What does that make me? Am I harassing? Am I launching a social media campaign? Am I trying to take the channel down? What does it make me if I did something like that, right? People all up in their feels, and I don't know how to feel about that. It makes you get up in your feels for a moment, right? But sometimes you got to step back and put those feels down for a minute and look at what's really there. And that's what I tried to do. And I just wish that maybe Lindsay and Christina could have handled their beef with their former employer a little better. I don't know. Oh, don't go there. Don't go there. Yeah. I've warned y'all about these YouTube streets all the time. And that one right there is the biggest one to avoid. Mocking, laughing. Should I show your video, Miss Lana, of you mocking Shannon Watts? It's on Google. Y'all can find it. I've turned several people onto it who had no freaking clue and were like, oh my God. Yeah, that's her. We're going to hang over every word she says that falls out of her Idaho mouth. Now she's going to make a video about me and put me on the tubes and go after me. Hope she have fun with my avatar peeking at her ass. I better be quiet now. I'm going to be the one going after other people. But I own what I say. Here's the thing. Don't tell me I said something I didn't say because I know what I say. I come with intention. And now we can sit down and talk about exactly what I said. That's how I roll. Because you know. When you know, you know. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Lord Jesus can save us all. Wait a minute. Do the LDS believe in the well, I guess they do believe in Jesus. I don't know. I don't delve off in that LDS world no more. They bothered me. All organized religion bothers me. I walk with Jesus. My walk with the Lord is strong. If there's a heaven, I got to get there one day. Say amen. Amen. My God, preach it from the rooftops. You can't scream that loud enough, pit bulls. I love that name. All I've ever owned is my pit bulls, and I miss my pit bulls so much. Female pit bulls are the best breed in the world, in my opinion. You're allergic. Jeff says, I'm allergic. Me too. All right. So, guys, we're going to get into our show today and get off the drama and the gossip because we're going to let them sort that out over there. Women going to be women? I don't know. I'm not the average Jane. I am so far removed from the average Jane. And I have to remind myself that all the time. Like, well, you know what? They're being normal. I'm the abnormal, right? I thought I was the normal one for the long time and they were the abnormal. But then I realized at one point in life, wait a minute, they are the normal. I'm the abnormal. But I'll take it. Yeah, it's just defined differently. They all are. I'm from the dirty South. I'm below the Mason-Dixon line. We're in the Bible Belt, man. The Southern Baptist Convention. Oh, the political pull they had for decades, right? My great-grandpa was a fire brim. What do you call that? Fire and brimstone with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a Bible in the other? Yeah. All right. So, I saw this yesterday and I knew I needed to let it veg on their channel for a hot minute because I'm courteous like that. And I like me some Brian Enton. I've always been a fan of Brian Enton. I feel like Brian comes to me straight. He likes to dig. He just wants the truth like the rest of us. I don't feel no kind of shade toward no Brian Enton. All right. So Olivia Gonzalez did an interview with Brian Enton. And she actually got to meet with the prosecutors from Idaho. And to me, that's huge. And I felt like that was something that should have already happened. And I don't know if should the prosecution have reached out to her, right, or the family at all, or any of the. We know they did, and they conversed a little about the plea deal and the different things. But the type of meeting she just had with the prosecutors, I feel like should have already happened. But at least it finally happened, right? And it's very interesting the conversation that she had with Brian about her meeting. And we're going to take a look at that. Let's see. Sunflower is here as well. Welcome in, everybody. Come on in. Sirius Black. Good morning, love. Thanks for coming in. Of course, my mod team is here, and I so appreciate this mod team. They are my producers. They are my lean-tos. They're my go-tos. They're my everything. Without their help, I couldn't do this. All right, guys. So let's move on and take a look at this interview. Because like I said, there was some, we're going to get to now we know there was a bunch of unsealed documents dropped, right? And we did cover the trial briefs by the state and the defense, which kind of laid out what their case would have looked like if we had gotten to trial. And we went over the evidence list and the description of all the wounds. And my God, I accidentally saw a video this morning with my morning coffee of somebody going over those wounds list and just absolutely losing it. Not because of what happened to Ethan, because of what they thought who didn't do it to Ethan. And I was like, damn, you really can't fix stupid after all. Lord, y'all don't need me to tell you what the description of those wounds meant, right? Y'all were here as Dolphin read through those descriptions, because I believe she's the one that was reading when we went over Ethan's wounds. You didn't need us to tell you what happened, right? Y'all can kind of discern that for yourselves. That's what I thought. But how many people are sitting there going, oh my God, she's right. Be careful on them streets. It's a messy, messy, scary place. I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore. All right, let me get this pulled up. Okay. Now, we got to remember something when we talk about Olivia Gonzalez. Man, sister. I am the oldest of 6. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. I got 3 sisters and 3 brothers, and then there's me. There's 7 of us, and I am the oldest. I got 6 below me. 3 sisters and 3 brothers. I am my siblings' keeper. Do not come at them. I can all day long, but you cannot. I might ask what she did afterwards, but don't come at her. She's the ultimate big sister to me. She was on this case from the second she found out something happened to her sisters, Kaylee and Maddie, because Madison Mogan became friends with Kaylee at such a young age and immediately became a part of this large family she did not have. She absolutely had great parents. Karen Laramie is a beautiful mother, and Maddie loves her mother, but she found something in Kaylee's family she did not have, right? That big, beautiful family and lots of siblings and all that dynamic. So they were together forever. They went on vacations together, always at their house. So Olivia absolutely took Maddie as her sister. They were her maid of honors at her wedding. Things like that. So then you get to the crimes. Olivia was the one boots on the ground, calling up everybody she could think of, talking to people, found the grub truck video, took that to police, found screenshots on a certain survivor's Facebook page that were odd, and I've seen them, and they were odd, and sent those to the police. There's a lot of things Olivia did to help the investigators early on in this case. So when did it go sour, right? Because daddy was being daddy? Probably, and I don't even blame him for that. You do you. That's your daughter. I cannot tell them how to handle their emotions and feelings when it comes to how they handled their daughter. But Olivia's been there from day one, and she did not stop, and she absolutely deserved this meeting, right? And another thing she talks about too, and I'm just going to draw this from personal experience, right? When my daughter, and please everyone, it's been over 20 years. I appreciate your condolences, but it doesn't hurt to talk about it, because if I can help other people get where I am in life, then that's what this is about to me. But when my daughter passed away, I realized my younger children, they had a sibling relationship, right? That was so different than my relationship. I had a mother-daughter relationship. They had a sibling, and that was their big sister. They were everything. Everything. It was devastating to them to lose that big sister. And I had to learn to navigate my grief with their grief. And I think that had to happen here at this point too, and that's what she's going to kind of talk about, because she went to meet the prosecutors alone without her parents, and there was a reason why. And I feel like this girl probably needs the biggest vacation of anybody I could think of in any true crime cases over the past decade. If anybody needs a full-on vacay, it is this girl. Just like, go at it, girlfriend, and just get out of here for a while. So let's take a listen to this and see what Olivia has to say. Hey, Sarah, welcome in, sweetheart. So we're going to, below me. Oh, Jeff. Oh. Y'all don't confuse me. Y'all don't get me going. I got to go get another cup of coffee. My second pot this morning. Ooh, maybe I should slow down. Nah. Actually, the caffeine keeps me from Probably getting too loose with the goose with the mouth. You know what I mean? Maybe. We'll see. All right, so let's get this on play.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I just
Oh, and by the way, guys, go over and show Brian some love, because by me showing you this and you not watching it from his channel, you know what I mean. It's just it's a analytical thing. So just go over and give him the thumbs up if you don't mind, because he does do a lot of hard work, and I don't know when this dude is at home ever.
finished a long conversation with Alivia Gonzalez. She, of course, is Kaylee Gonzalez's sister. Kaylee Gonzalez is one of the victims from the Idaho murders. And I wanted to talk to Alivia because I knew that she just recently had a meeting with prosecutors from her sister's case and also police, trying to find out information about exactly what happened. She wanted to know pretty much everything. And so in this conversation, I talked to Alivia about that meeting, what that was like for her. You can imagine how emotional it was, and also just how she's doing right now. I mean, I've always had such respect for her and for her parents. I've known them since the beginning of this whole nightmare for them. So I want to share this conversation with you, and I want you guys to hear what Alivia had to say. Olivia, it's good to see you as always. Thank you for talking with me. I really appreciate it. I think a lot of people want to know how you're doing. A lot of people haven't really heard from you since right after the sentencing and your just really impactful victim impact statement, it's almost been 3 months now. So I just wanted to start off asking sort of like how you're doing.
Yeah, it's always good to see you too. I think it's hard every single year when the seasons start changing and it starts getting colder. It's like your body remembers. So the seasons changing is hard. Then the daylight savings is really, really hard. And then kind of inching up to that date. And it was just a really, really heavy year and kind of took a lot emotionally from us because it was a lot of preparatory work to get to trial, just for it to go to plea deal so quickly. And then everything after that just happened, so fast. So there's a little bit of a whiplash aspect. And then just a lot of, almost the come down from this, emotional hardening I almost had to do to kind of prepare myself for trial. But overall, we're doing okay. We've taken some next steps. Kaylee and Maddie are in their forever earns now, which was a huge step that we hadn't been able to do before. And we're finally able to kind of try to get some of those answers that we've been craving and put together, this picture, this story in our minds, and hopefully, be able to make some sense of what happened because we were locked out of that information for so long.
Yeah, and I had dinner with your parents the other night when I was in Idaho, and they mentioned to me, "Oh, Olivia is going to meet with the prosecutor."
Oh boy. Enton down there having some dinner with the G's and got the dirt. He's like, let me get this interview. And I do not blame him. That's what he does. He is an investigative reporter. Thank you, Brian.
And I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And they were like, "Yeah, she's going by herself." I'm like, "She's going by herself? Like that's so intense." So I know you flew to Idaho. I mean, what was that like?
Yeah, so that was October 6th. And I, uh, I, I love my parents, but I am an adult too. And it's difficult for me to kind of be a grieving sister in the room with them because I let their grief overshadow mine.
Okay. And that right there. Did y'all hear how she said that? Their grief overshadows hers because it's a separate type of grief, right? But she said this meeting took place on October 6th. So that wasn't that long ago. I don't know when they set this meeting up. I know that Heather Bernhardt said when she was going around, this chick's into some true crime. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I feel it in her bones. She's amazed by this Brian Koberger character. But she said When she was going around doing her media tour about what they found on the phone, she had done talked to Olivia, and it was planning to give Olivia everything she had. This girl's seen stuff we haven't seen yet. And I was like, yes, give it to her. So once she got that and started looking at that, I wonder if that's when she reached out to Idaho. They didn't just reach out to her willy-nilly and say, hey, you want to come talk? We're willing. I think she did that all on her own accord. She reached out. And I don't blame her. I would have reached out to probably a long time ago. But sometimes they were so up in this case for so long, now they can finally take a step back a little bit, I think, and start a process that could never start until that trial ended. Now, we didn't get to trial, obviously, but certain things ended the day he took that plea deal. There's no closure to anything, but certain things ended, and now we can move to the next phase.
Right, they're grieving parents. They've lost a daughter. I hope to God I never know what that feels like. But sometimes it makes it difficult for me to find a place in the room. So it was important for me to be able to, kind of be able to dictate and to get answers that, I'm really looking for, not help my dad or help my mom or play this like weird median that I would often play.
Not only is she the big sister of the clan, she is the oldest daughter of mom and dad. And who helps raise the rest of the clan? It's the oldest. It is what it is. It's a natural thing. She's juggling so many roles at that point, right? The big sister, the daughter. She was always there at the interviews, supporting her family, backing them up, her mom and dad, no matter what she was thinking privately, she was doing it. Plus, the girl's got 4 kids. I'm like, whoa, should we do a GoFundMe for her for that vacay? I don't do GoFundMes, I'm joking. But girl, take a break. Hey, Dolphin, welcome in. You've seen my message.
In these prosecutor meetings. So, I met with members of the prosecution team and a member of the Moscow Police Department who was an investigator, as well as the Idaho State Police, an investigator from the Idaho State Police.
So I would assume that was probably Gilbertson from Idaho State Police, and probably what's his name, the lead guy from Idaho, of course, Bill Thompson. So she had a rep from the prosecutor, a rep from the Latah County, from the police department there, or Moscow PD rather, and a rep from the ISP. I don't know who they could have been, but possibly is that who she met with? Well, you would think, because they're the ones that know all their evidence. The state has theirs, the county has theirs,
And so you just
where was the FBI? She's like, we ain't got them yet. They're not talking.
went by yourself?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm shaking. I went by myself. I had my attorney there. She's a local Latah attorney, and who was just kind of helping me with the documents as they're coming out to be able to make sure that we all get those. But yeah.
She was pregnant when this happened. It was a lot of stress to be under as a full-on pregnant lady, and your sisters are just done what was done. And then, boom, here she goes, full-on investigator through the rest of her pregnancy. And then she's had another one or two since then, one more. Busy woman.
It was a really traumatizing meeting, but it was a necessary step for me to be able to basically be hurt behind closed doors so that I could manage my expectations going forward. I'm not sure if I totally answered you there. I'm sorry.
No, you did. So is it just, I'm just trying to I guess visualize it. Do you just go into like a conference room and it's you and then Bill Thompson and Idaho State Police just all sitting there basically?
Yeah. So it was a conference room at the Idaho State Police District 2 quarters in Lewiston, Idaho. I drove down early in the morning from my parents' house in Rathdrum, Idaho. And there's, me on one side of the table and them on the other. I really wanted it to be.
So she met them down in Lewiston, all of them. Okay, Dolphin, you're good. We got quite a bit to get to today, so get your tea, ma'am.
An open-ended conversation where the investigators were kind of able to provide me how it kind of unfolded for them, because I've never really gotten their opinions. I've never really heard their thoughts on it. I've never, really humanized them in a way to understand what it looked like for them, because this was their life day in and day out for.
She's sitting there talking about realizing the impact this had on the investigators. And I feel like during that interview, some raw emotion might have been shared. You can't walk into a crime scene that looks like that, even as a seasoned investigator who has seen a lot, and not ever unsee that. These guys walked in there and are like, what? We heard their reactions. They have never come across anything close to that in their entire lives. Hunter, look at what he had to witness. I know it took its toll on these investigators. We heard the rumors in the very beginning. Oh, it was so bad they couldn't let the people in. The young people who were just learning to be, ambulance guys couldn't go in and all. There was no point in going in. The actual cops couldn't even hardly look at it. So I feel like they got really raw with their emotions with her to make her kind of see their thought process through it. You know what I mean? Just a little bit.
7 weeks, and then after.
Am I getting too squishy with the Latah County prosecutor's office? I'll be accused of that in a minute.
And yeah, it was nice to hear that real human aspect of them, and kind of what it looked like from the inside out, because I had only had the perspective of being on the outside.
Yeah, Rachel. So I figured she drove the babies down to Mama. Someone's got to watch them 4 babies while she goes to Lewiston. Unless, they were at home with their dad.
Were you able to get any of your questions answered?
Yeah. A lot of the questions that I had were answered. Doesn't mean that more won't come up as more comes out, but I was very satisfied at the end of the meeting with, I mean, as satisfied as you can be. We're not talking about, a recipe here. At the end of the day, it's still murder, and it's still the death of, my sister. So there's not really positivity there. And I don't even want to say that there's closure, but I do think that it helped me immensely to be able to have these pieces put together for me to help me make sense and understand what happened in my head.
Were they able to tell you any more about, I guess like one of the questions I've always just still had and still think about is like motive, and why those kids, why that house? Like, were there any, I don't want to say theories, but did they have any more insight into that?
So not necessarily, and maybe it's because the why it's never kept me up at night. I've never cared about the why. So that wasn't really something that I pushed them for. I will say, when you look at the CAS data and the 23 different occasions that he was at the house, they don't all line up with just one person. So it's not like he was only ever there when, Kaylee was. They're very random and they're very sporadic.
Now that's important. That's the first time we're like really hearing any type of, they look into that, right? So when they're mapping Coburger and they see all these pings near that house, are they now checking records against the victims? Who was home that night? Where does their phone show they were at? Because we need to figure out if he targeted one individual inside that house or not.
Which to me made more sense, because I was always confused when they said someone was targeted, then maybe the house was targeted, then no, someone was targeted. And it almost made more sense to me knowing this, thinking maybe it really was the location.
Oh, you don't say. I just got a notification about a hearing for Brian Koberger. For real? On 11/5/25, 10 a.m. hearing over this stupid restitution. All right. The house was the target. They came out and said that in a press conference one time and really confused people. Oh my God, the house was the target. Next thing you know, we got tunnels and drug runners. That's why the house was the target. To get to that secret tunnel and that little tiny door in Bethany's room. The little rabbit hole door from, like, what's that girl's name? The little fairy tales. I don't even know her name. The chick with the little rabbit in the woods. Wow. Yeah. That's where that rumor was born. But I feel like it might have been born back when the behavioral unit from the FBI visited the home and did their walkthrough in the cowboy hats known as the Cowboys. When they visited the home in the darkness, covering their heads, putting down their heads, climbing into their van, not answering a question one. Alice in Wonderland. Thank you, Dolphin. The fairy tale escaped my nearly 60-year-old ass. It's been a minute. The grandbabies are damn near half grown, it feels like. Ooh, if I think about it, they really are. Oh my God. Anyway, when I read, okay, so the house was the target was always a thing. And of course, we always wondered what they mean by that. And then, the behavioral unit did analyze everything about who could have possibly have done this and why, a motive, serial killer, all the things. When Koberger was looking into the serial killers, and Danny Rawling twice visited in that one night, everybody got so blindsided by the, going to compare him to the Bundy now. He was Googling Bundy. He watched videos on the Bundy. He wants to be the Bundy. No, he didn't. He was the Bundy. He didn't know how to act like Bundy. How do I get my victims to come with me willingly? Because they don't like me, apparently. That was the only thing he studied about Ted Bundy. But Danny Rawling used a K-bar knife. Danny Rawling attacked college students in Gainesville, Florida. Danny Rawling said, "I only choose houses that back up to the woods for cover." Now go back to the Dateline leak. Thousands of images of young college girls scattered from Moscow to Pullman. Take your pick on your target. Take your pick. How many girls were surveilled under the law to see if their apartment or home was easy to get in and out of? Oh my God, what have I stumbled upon here? There's big parties, people coming and going. Their lives are all over the internet. I can watch from afar and then scrub what I do on the internet later with my little fancy wiping tools. I'm just saying, I think the house was the target all along, because they cannot pinpoint a victim. Why did he go straight to Maddie's room, though, right? Why that room? Why that floor? Why go there immediately? Once you locked in on the house, did you study the victims in the house? Potential victim in the house, because I don't think all were ever intended. I think one was chosen from the many available once the house got narrowed down. I could be dead wrong about that theory, but right now I'm willing to die on that hill.
Right. Maybe it really was more of a non-specific that became a specific because we know that he went directly to the third floor. But maybe it was more.
Riley says, I want to know he knew what. Well, see, the thing about that house, once you say if you're surveilling different houses, looking for the right one, Maddie's bedroom window was right there backed up to the woods where you would have to park to surveil, with a big pink M and cowboy boots in the window. Friends said you could see Maddie sitting at that dressing table all the time doing her thing. Girlfriend wasn't thinking about it, but no guy in the woods gawking. She's got her blinds open, letting the daylight in like I do right now, minding her business. But you know what? I live in the country. Would I be a little more cautious if I had a bunch of neighbors close by? Yeah, I would, but I'm an older woman, Maddie's a young girl. Give me the daylight in. I can't stand living in a dungeon. So no shade on Maddie for sitting at her bedroom window in the privacy of her home with the blinds open, right? But it was the perfect, and my God, this one is cute as hell, and that's her room. Hmm. And you know what? The minute this crime happened, you know how many of us pulled up the floor plans to that house on the internet just by having the address alone? Thank you, Dolphin. She's never gonna let me she's never gonna let me go down alone. She will throw me a lifeline if needed, though. She may not be willing to die with me on that hill on occasion, but this one, okay. All right. All the pictures of women on his phone confirms that theory. Thank you. I feel like it does, Rachel. I mean, why were all those, if you really had a chosen one, right? You were trying to choose your one from the damn minute you got there. Like sitting on go. That's like all your focus was apparently. Wasn't on schoolwork because you was getting in trouble there left and right. It was focused on finding a victim, which again, why? We know he ordered the K-bar back in March before he ever got there. So, like, finally, I'm going to get away from mother. I can do what I want. I can act upon my urges.
So just,
Fucking
a vantage point looking out, inside from the out that he found particularly interesting or something. But again, that why it's never bothered me. For me, I've always known that the why would never make sense.
So what were you hoping to get out of the meeting, I guess?
Welcome in, Dolphin. Dolphin's joined us, guys. How are you?
Hello.
Good morning. Did you get your tea, ma'am?
I did. It is sitting here steeping. I was laughing. I was in the kitchen with my phone and I was like, yeah, I'd be doing CPR on that hill. Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, you know what though? Yeah, I totally agreed with what you said. And but one more thing.
Uh-huh.
Um don't forget that his first instance in that neighborhood was July 9th, which was the day of the pool party at the Grove in Moscow. I think that he decided then to look around in that neighborhood. I don't, we don't
Something
even
triggered
know.
him at
He
that
may have
party.
followed somebody.
Right, I'm about to say that you're onto something there because did something at the pool party trigger a
Hmm.
response to look at 1122 King? Now, we did hear rumors that Xana was at this party. We've seen photos of Xana at the pool at that complex, but when you listen to the interviews of people who were at the party, no one mentions seeing one of the victims from Idaho at that party,
Hmm.
and they would have. If somebody remembered seeing Xana there, I think they would have said so by now. There was enough
Yeah.
people there that would have recognized her. But yeah,
Hmm.
what about that significance, right? Or did, like you said, once he bolted from the party, did he decide to troll around? Or
Hmm.
did he ever stumble across one of them the way he did all the others and just happenstance followed one day to see where they lived, then where they worked, and boom, it was on? Because that seems like the perfect house now. Look, it backs up to the woods. It's dark back there. And then after further surveillance, realizing he can see this one's bedroom real well.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
It made it the perfect house. And unfortunately, the amount of parties that were going on, I would love to know if the one of the pings near the home is one of the nights of the big parties we've seen body cam from. When the cops show up to the party because they got called for the noise complaints,
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely was planning to look for that when they released
right?
his phone data. Hmm.
We gotta do that because if he was pinged, in the neighborhood, on the night of one of these big parties or more, and he had seen evidence that there's a lot, so you would, but then if you knew that was happening, you also gotta get real honed in on when you're gonna go, when go time is. You don't wanna go during a big party. Of course, if you ride by and there's a big party, it's not go time. But
Mhm.
so, but if you're watching what's happening from afar, it's go time.
Yeah, but that's why you stake it out though, you
Mhm.
know? So,
Exactly.
yeah, this
And I
is a party
wondered,
neighborhood, basically Fraternity Row 2.0, you know?
okay, so also there's also the possibility, because Brian Koberger wasn't stupid, guys. If Koberger was really honing in on someone, do you think he knew that the Twitch stream was available from the grub truck? Do you think he was watching from his iPad
Mhm.
just in case? Or is he that smart? I'm gonna watch this grub truck feed just in case. It's a routine to go.
Yeah. I mean, and you think about it, he, committed these crimes on a weekend. So it makes sense for him to have staked out the neighborhood on
Yeah,
weekends to
yeah,
see how long their parties went,
true.
and whatnot too, you know?
And yeah, and they're posting about parties, and comments are being answered in the comment section about parties. And if you're under a spoof account, you're watching that stuff. But if you're scrubbing your devices, they can't find your account where you were watching these people, right? Because you're not going into Brian C. Koberger, WSU student. You're going in as Joe Blow, right? Um,
Mhm.
and they're just accepting your friendships left and right. 'Cause people, that's how youngsters do. Oh, I got all these followers. I don't even know any of them. They're stalking me now. That kind of thing. Um, that's a bit of a stretch, I think. What, Firefly? You want to join the conversation, girl? Get on up
Oh,
here.
hey.
We'll drop you a link. Are you off today? Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me give her one just in case.
I
It's been
didn't
a
see her in
minute.
chat. Mhm.
She just popped in. It's been a hot minute since we've had her up. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe I can do it this way without having to close that window out because I don't want to lose our spot.
Yeah, I mean, because think about it. They had a party that Friday night, right? And then the big game was Saturday, So maybe he's like, yeah, they wouldn't throw a party the second night. People would be out at the bars and stuff like that more so than hanging out at parties,
Mhm.
you know? I mean, because it doesn't sound like there were parties in the neighborhood that night really either.
No.
Everyone was out.
The Sigma Chi party was really the only one.
Mhm.
The party there was nothing going on in the apartments really, surrounding. There was some things, but not they were dying down. They died out early, like around what? Because the roommates got home at what time did Dylan get home? And I don't even know about old girl
Yeah,
statements anymore. But
yeah.
yeah, there wasn't a lot of big partying going on, you're right, except for what was going on over there at Sigma Chi across the field, right?
Mhm.
Where the boys got stopped that night. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see.
Oh, she said she's driving right now.
Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna get back to the video. Welcome in, Firefly, listening in while you drive. Thank you, ma'am. Uh-oh, just gotta go to that Walmart trip. Bless your soul, honey.
Watch your
Like, was
six.
there
It's- Some of them Walmarts are sketchy. Luckily, we have a new one right up. Well, in town, we have one of the new. The little marketplace Walmarts or whatever. My son's enjoying that. Otherwise, he doesn't have to go all the way down to that super Walmart where the cluster AF.
Oh, I've never seen it's a smaller Walmart or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, we have them all over. I
Mhm.
guess in the southeast, I don't know, but we have Walmart Marketplace, and it's just like a grocery store version of the Walmart.
Oh.
And then they got a little bit of a clothing, I guess. I really haven't been in there a lot. They got a little bit, but it's mainly like a grocer, right? Versus the big Walmarts. So, um,
Okay.
if I do grocery pickup, I've been doing them. The last two I did from there. It was way more convenient for it's like 5 minutes from his work. So it's instead of 20 minutes. So, all right. Well, be safe on your way to Walmart, ma'am. We know it's an adventure out there.
something specific?
Yeah, so there was a couple things. I wanted to take a look at the complete surveillance footage that was put together that showed his movements from.
That's pretty cool. I want to see that too, right? Everything you got from the minute video A, leaving the apartments, B, here, C,
Oh,
D, E,
yeah.
F, G. Put it
Mhm.
all together in a little timeline, nice little neat. I'll do it. I'll spend hours upon hours editing that video if they just send it to me in increments with the dates and times. Right, Jeff? We'll work on that together. I don't know about that, though. Jeff scares me. I don't know if I could turn south tomorrow when he released my text messages.
A little after 3 a.m. to 4:20, 4:30. And that's extremely comprehensive when you see that as a full picture of the car being here, then here, then here, tracking those movements. I wanted to see the cast report and these 23 different occasions. When did they start? When did they stop? Are we talking about, he was outside for 4 minutes, or are we talking about he was outside for 4 hours?
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
How long did he stall out back there on Walenta and walk around to observe? Because you can definitely park anywhere. You can go park on WSU, or I'm sorry, on the Idaho campus or anywhere around there. Just park the car, get out and walk, just like a college student. Remember that crazy screenshot from the Google Maps? It looked like Koberger walking down the road on Walenta Avenue.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need to find that thing.
Oh gosh.
Jesus.
Who put that out? Was that
I don't
what's his
remember who
name?
put.
Pavarotti? I don't
No,
know.
no, no, no,
Somebody
no.
crazy put
This
that
was
out.
long. No, this was long before Pavarotti even breathed life on the YouTube streets.
Mm,
That was before his ass come along. Is that dude still around?
I think.
FBI ain't got him yet. Or
Mm,
he is FBI, I'm sorry.
And then something that
Allegedly.
really, really was something that was difficult for me to process was the thought of the crime scene photos leaking. So we know that there is a leak somewhere. I think it's still currently being investigated. And I basically left it up to them. And I told them, if you're confident.
It makes you wonder how much information the person who did the leak actually had or had access to. Did they only have access to certain parts of the investigation, certain parts of the evidence, or whatever they dug up? Or did they have access to all of it? Now, in the Delphi crime scene leak photos, they were literally on the table in the war room of the defense attorney, and somebody who formerly worked for the defense, who was their friend, had access to the war room. They went in, saw the pictures laying on the table, took photos with their cell phone, and then disseminated the photos.
wow.
And that's how the leak, and it's absolutely backed up with, that's a fact. That's not a debate. That's a fact. Somebody unalived themselves because of their involvement in that process of disseminating these photos. Now, there's lots of ways to get this evidence versus taking it from the evidence room. Take a picture of it, scan a copy of it, whatever. Dateline seems to have the lowdown on who the leaker was.
Yeah.
Wonder if investigators have talked to them and if they've got their attorneys on it. We can't divulge our sources.
Oh, maybe old Keith has dinners too. Who knows?
Oh, yes. Keith be having them dinners.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, come on down to the house, man. We got some digs set up here.
He's like, I was just in the area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yo, Keith's going to slide out the bushes in a minute with his camera. Shit.
Keith's going to turn into JLR.
Oh, yeah. Here he comes. Bullhorn Betty style with a bullhorn and all.
I don't need to see anything. But if you think that there's a chance that they will leak, let me hurt myself with them right here, right now, so that I can, continue to function. Because it's really, really difficult for me, particularly, to live and maneuver in a world when I know that there's information out there that could hurt me that I just don't have access to. So those were my three main pieces of information that I was wanting to look at.
So what did they say to you when you said, if you think there's a chance that these photos would leak, I want to see them? Like, what did they say?
I don't think that with certainty they could say that they wouldn't leak. So ultimately I did wind up viewing one photo of the scene of Maddie's bedroom. Maddie was completely redacted. They offered more, but I truly didn't need to see more than the one. Yeah.
So I don't blame her. Let me see it before it goes public. Because eventually, who's to say it won't? Like, not on purpose, like, because there's main, like I've said, Banfield and others got the full photo dump. They have not put them all out there,
Oh
and they're
yeah,
not going to.
local Idaho
Yeah.
news stations got them too.
Exactly. So, people who are, because do I need to see them? No, I mean, honestly, I don't. But I get her where she's coming from. Once they're out there, they're out there. Let me see it now. But she didn't look at all of them.
And it was ultimately Bill Thompson who provided that piece of saying that he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't leak, because he's not sure exactly who from the defense's side had access to them. So if he was the only one and his team, he would have been very, very confident that they'd never get out. But that unknown made him.
So people still, they still are hinting that it could have been someone from the defense side as well. Now, I don't know if that's something Bill Thompson's pushing, because couldn't have been our guys. We hope it's not our guys. We hope it wasn't one of our guys.
I was just typing that. I
I
was
see
like,
that.
that
It just
shade.
popped up.
Oh wow.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that's not the first time we heard that, right?
Oh yeah.
He said he alluded to that in one of his interviews, was it? So he doubled down on that with Alivia, right? It could have been the defense, and it could have been somebody who worked as a former expert or as an expert who saw something. Might have been like, whoa, I don't know. But because you're like, who in the hell on the defense team would leak something, right? Because it's not a good look. It's not good for their client. It made Ann big mad. She filed all kinds of stuff real quick, like, whoa, wait, brakes on. Bet we can't have a fair trial now. Look what just happened. So, still, I think it was from the prosecutor, not the prosecutor's office per se, but I think it was someone from the police department. That's my thought and opinion. Definitely somebody from the police. What do you think, Dolphin? Do you think it was the police department or the prosecutor's office? Not like they themselves did it, like Bill Thompson.
Police department.
Somebody
Yeah.
from the department. I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. Okay. Moving on.
Hesitant to, have the confidence that they wouldn't, leak eventually. Not that I think he's saying that they will leak. I think just in an overabundance of caution, especially considering I was there in that moment, ready, had prepared myself to see this. So yeah.
I guess I'm just keep thinking about you like alone there. I'm so used to seeing you with your family. But I know there's certain things, I mean, I can't relate to this in any way. Like I can't even imagine, but there are like certain things in life I feel like you just want to do alone. Like that you need to process alone just as like a single human being. You know what I mean? Like, was it like that kind of a thing?
Yeah, and I mean, my mom and dad won't even look at the photos that the city of Moscow released, months ago. That batch of 182. So we are just very, very different in that aspect, where I kind of play this role with my mom mainly, where I can take the information and I can process it, and then she gets to come to me and just kind of pick what she wants to hear about. And so in that capacity, I guess I kind of need to have that information to be able to help, my mom or my sisters or my, brother or anything if they ever need it. Like,
she's like keeper of all the things. And what little bits they do want to know, they can go to her and find out. And takes that burden off them, right? Mom's got a lot to deal with. Not only did Chrissy lose one of her children, she still had other children to care for. And I don't think it was an easy process for her. I've seen the evolution, and I've made my own assessments, and it has not been easy for Christy. My heart breaks for Christy Gonzalez in many different ways for many different reasons, right?
My understanding of the full picture as as completely as I could make it. And I guess that I'd rather be the one that is hurt by it so that I can, spare them from that while still being like a source of truth about it. I'm never going to lead them astray or, but just be able to give specific details that they want to hear about and nothing more, nothing less.
That's a good point, Dolphin, because Dateline did shows early on, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they are the ones who leaked that this guy was at that house or near that house 12 times. And back then it was 12 times, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
hmm
Um, I think I did a video about it or a short. It's on the channel somewhere.
hmm
Um, but yeah, their Dateline leaked that very early on. There was more stuff too about Koberger they leaked very early on. But I have to go back and watch those again to pinpoint exactly what those leaks were. But
Right. And if you think about it, the defense wasn't upset about those leaks so much.
no,
You know what I mean?
mm-mm,
They didn't say anything. They weren't screaming, that there was a leak before. It wasn't until the
no,
end, that
right.
last special.
Maybe she thought it was like a one off, and she didn't. I don't even know if Ann Taylor, God bless her heart, she was still going through the terabytes. She hadn't got that far yet. They were ahead of her. And she's like, "What 12 pings? What do you mean he was there 12 times? He told me he was alibied out over here riding around." Anyway. Oh, sorry. Okay, here we go.
What was it like with Bill Thompson? Just because I know, you've obviously been frustrated with the prosecution in the past, and we're not pleased with the way things sort of ended with the plea deal. Um, what was it like, sitting at a table with him?
Um, I have no bad blood with Bill Thompson. I do truly think that he did his best. And I think in his heart, he thought what he was doing was the most good for the most amount of people who were affected by this. Um, I think he knew that it would hurt us to take a plea deal, but I think that he deemed that unnecessary evil in order to provide good for, a lot of people were affected by this. We can't just think about the families of the four. We're also talking about, witnesses. We're also talking about, you know, court staff, jurors. We're changing jurors' lives by having to show them this information. So I truly think that he did what he thought was best. It wasn't good enough for us, but I'm not really.
Like Jeff said, that's one of the other leaks too, Jeff, was that he had purchased a K-bar. And that was long before those documents in court saying that he did do that. Now, with what she was just saying about Bill Thompson, if you really stop and think about it and take away the Santa Claus effect and how we feel about Bill Thompson, you're the prosecutor. You got the weight of 4 victims and 4 families with very different views and ways of dealing. Then you've got witnesses across the board, and you got 2 that are going to be a little bit of a challenge in court to begin with. There's a lot to weigh when deciding to take that plea deal. And I was never mad about the plea deal, but I felt
Oh,
that,
yeah, me either.
yeah,
Just that he didn't include a confession.
yeah, I did it, I guess, was the confession, or agreeing that he was guilty was the confession. But as far as a detailed, this is what I
hmm
did. I'm going to hear that at some point.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
almost a guarantee, and I'm okay with that when it happens. But
hmm
I don't know how you could have forced a story out of Brian Koberger. I mean, you could have. You could have said,
Well,
"No, dude, no, dude, no. We're going to
he
go
played
straight
chicken
to the
with
death
him.
penalty." Right?
He played chicken with
Exactly.
him. They
You
came to the prosecution
right?
asking for the agree. So they were the ones, so the prosecution had the upper hand,
They had the
you know,
ball, right?
so all he had to do was say, okay, write it down. give us details and you get your plea agreement. And when they said no, I would have been like, okay, well, shit, screw it. We're going to trial. You
Right.
know, you want
Yeah,
to play
I
those
do
games,
agree. You
stupid
could have,
games, you win stupid prizes. You know what I mean? Like,
and then
yeah.
but you got Bill Thompson up there saying, "Well, we were told by the FBI that there's a chance this guy's not going to be honest." Well, yeah, that's true. So you take what you get,
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you go look at BTK, he's pretty matter of fact about what he did, and
Oh yeah.
Koberger appears to be the kind of person that would be matter of fact about it.
Mm-hmm.
He's got no emotion like
Nope.
BTK. Go
Mm-hmm.
watch that guy. Oh my God, there's nothing there. He just talks about what he did very matter of factly. There's no emotion about it. There's no feels going on there.
Yeah, and given the fact that he studied under Catherine Ramsland, of
Hmm.
course he's going to want to talk about this at some point. So,
Yeah.
maybe
Mhm.
he might have
And
refused or whatever. Maybe actually, maybe that's it. Maybe Bill's lying. Maybe he did try to get it and Koberger refused. And then he just sort of backed down. He wasn't willing to,
very,
go
very well could
further.
have.
Mhm.
Yeah, very well could have been part of that and talks right there. I,
Mhm. And
I,
to
I
save
can.
face, he's just like, "Oh, well, we couldn't have believed whatever you would have said anyway," you know?
Right, right. And yeah, there's no guarantee he was going to sit up there and tell the truth about anything, but I don't know. Could they? Maybe he did try, like you said, and Koberger's like, nope, not going to do that. I'll do that on my own time. Now, as far as me and Dolphin, and I don't know, I can't speak for her, but I think we are on the same page. I feel like the reason he will talk to Catherine Ramsland is because Brian Koberger absolutely knew at an early age there was something wrong with him that was different. He sought answers on Reddit. He sought answers. He took psychology along with
Mhm.
his criminology, all these things,
Mhm.
and started to, he knew he had these thoughts and these tendencies and these wants, whatever. That stuff doesn't happen overnight. He didn't wake up in March and go, I'm going to order a K bar today. And then when he got there a few months later to Washington, go, you know what? I think I'm going to use this K bar in this fashion. I no longer want to hunt. No, that didn't happen like that. It was a long time coming. It was building and building and building. And I feel like a part of his study as a criminology major is to figure out why they are who they are. What makes them tick is absolutely a part of that study. Um, go look at her
Yeah, plus
books,
he's
go
got a
look at her
degree in
courses.
psychology.
Right, the psychology degree was the very
Mhm.
first degree he earned
Yep.
at Northwest Community College. And then that's where it started and he continued. So, and I think he knows enough to know he's self-aware. Brian Koberger is pretty self-aware, in my opinion, from what I've analyzed looking at him without all the noise. He's pretty self-aware. So I think he knows I need to let her study me because I'm a hybrid killer.
Sure that anything would have ever been good enough for us without getting him back. So he was fairly quiet, but it wasn't awkward or anything. I think that he has eventually come around to terms to kind of respect that, we might just kind of be abrasive, but we're not heartless, we're not mean. And, I wasn't there to pick a fight by any means.
So when you left, like, what did that feel like?
Um, so initially it felt, I felt a little bit of relief. I think just because it was done and it had kind of been something that I had, once again, mentally prepared for, right? And then you get to the other side of it and now, it's done and it's over and you're excited to move on to, the next, okay? Forward movement, but fairly quickly. Um, After this one in the next, day or two, you're really just hit with the weight and the gravity, um, and you're left with me personally. I was left with more questions that I know don't have answers. Like, for example, like, why, and not why in the motive sense, but what, like, what were you even thinking? And I know that sounds so small, um, but they're, again, like very specific questions that I know don't have answers. And, you know, I'm kind of sitting here 10 days later, still greatly struggling with, you know, the full weight of what Kaylee, you know, just Kaylee, I didn't see anyone else, but just Kaylee had to go through.
Yeah, and I think just from what I know of you, like you're just always searching for answers. Like you don't really give up. Like you're just like you keep going. You know what I mean? Your dad is like that too. So maybe finding out that you're never going to get certain answers, like I would imagine that must have been hard, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely hard, especially when I am a very answer-based person, right? You know, I have this question, 99% of the time I can get the answer. It might take some work, but I can get there. It's difficult knowing that there's a lot of really painful unknowns.
Yeah, honestly, that's the whole thing. The weight of the world's on the man's shoulders. You got everybody to consider. That was going to be a long, exhausting trial. So, yeah, honestly, if we can avoid a trial, I guess if this guy's finally going to confess after
Mhm.
all this time of completing his innocence and his attorney standing up in the damn courtroom, Your Honor,
Mhm.
my guy is innocent.
Mhm.
I got an alibi. Oh, it's partial. It's
Mhm.
partial. And your evidence is going to corroborate the full alibi. Okay, that 7 minutes of Wonderland stuff. I don't know. He went
Plus,
down.
Bill has never tried a case like that. He didn't
No,
I don't even think he knows how to argue a case
right?
like that.
I don't.
This case is too
Yeah,
complex for him, you know,
too
because
complex. Yeah.
even when at the sentencing hearing and whatnot, when he stood up and, read out the state's case, he basically
Uh-huh.
read the PCA, which was,
Yes, Jam sure did.
garbage, and oh,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, my phone. Yeah, he didn't know what he was doing, and he's just kind of like, well, that's kind of all we had. I mean, there are all kinds of ways that he could have presented this and actually, said in his hopefully in his opening statement or his closing statement and his closing statement, hey, we're going to prove to you, and show you what type of guy he is. He could have brought in these people from WSU who had problems with him to show
Mm-hmm.
how problematic he was from the beginning. No problems in Pennsylvania, but once he's away from his family and everything, he's like a dog off the leash,
Oh
right?
yeah.
And is running amok everywhere. But Bill Thompson isn't the kind of person that was going to argue that kind of case.
No, he don't know.
So,
Like you said, he doesn't, and he had never lost a case apparently, right? And
right.
Bill
Mhm.
Thompson was able to win a murder conviction without a body
Mhm.
back when that was extremely hard to do. So I don't, and I don't think the state were like, oh, thank God, a plea deal. Now we don't got to go show our shoddy evidence. I don't think it was that because they were
Mhm.
prepared to take it to trial. He was the holdup. And so I don't, it was easy to buy into the bad prosecutor, Santa Claus, baby Timu lawyer stuff, right? It was
Right.
easy to do that. But if you took a fair look at what was happening and evaluated the legal stuff, it was clear who the shady side was here.
Yeah.
And all those multiple discovery filings, we're figuring out what those little things were all about. Turns out there was much to do about nothing.
And you either have to let them go, which I'm never going to do, or you have to keep digging for more information until my brain can process, or create an inference to be able to answer those questions for me.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the questions, I think, you know, the killer is the only one who knows. Like, would you ever want information from him?
Not in like the way of like, a book, or not in the way of like him doing like, a news interview or anything like that. Um, so I guess the answer then is no, because he doesn't really have many other options. I will continue to go back to I think that a full confession should have been included as an agreement or a condition of the plea agreement. Um, and um, that is something that in this case could have happened, and I believe should have happened. But it's just one of those that we have to let go. We can't go back. So, yeah, I think a lot of those answers would have been great, but I don't think that the juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah. And I know there was a gag order and all sorts of rules, but it also makes me wonder, like, if you could have had this sort of relationship with the prosecutor and the police earlier on and these kinds of conversations, would you have understood each other better, you know,
Oh,
before all
absolutely.
of this?
So when did it go south, though, between the family and the cops? Remember when Steve Gonzalez came out early in this case,
Oh, yeah.
going on social or not social media?
Standing on the corner outside the police department. Don't
Don't
make me do it. Don't
don't
make
make me
me
go
be
all
the
alpha.
alpha. Yeah,
Don't make me do it. And I get it.
hmm
Don't make me do it. I'm right there with him. Please don't make me be the one to do it. Don't make me come do your darn job. Investigate my child's death. Give me the answers. But you're going to go demand this in a public manner. Was that also done by privately? Something went south at some point between his communication with the police department. I don't know if it was because Steve began to take an onslaught of what social media was telling him. Because if you're going to be honest and evaluate what happened, he was absolutely being fed a lot of things by social media armchair detectives who
Oh,
knew
yes, it was.
who knew the answer. They're so smart, they had the answer. Investigate this person, investigate that person, look at this screenshot, look at that. Here's my theory. Go look at these tunnels, go look at this person. Your daughter had a relationship with XYZ. And the poor man was taking it all in like we were, like, not we, because I didn't ever do any of that. But
No.
like all those investigators were legitimate. Fuel the fire, and then he comes out publicly and has an opinion about the authorities and their lack of information and their lack of investigating, and why is it
hmm
taking so long. It was a hot mess
Yeah, I
for a
mean,
long
he was
time.
negative out the gate,
Yeah,
because, and I understand they were upset that it took them so long to inform them of,
right.
the fact that, she
Well,
had been killed
I
and
don't think,
everything.
and I think that goes back to how long it took to identify Kaylee,
hmm
because Kaylee was unrecognizable. Now they're at home. They finally figure out officially that it was Kaylee, but it took a minute to identify who she was. As far as the police were concerned, they could tell me 1,000 times who's in that house, but I don't know which one's which yet. So you don't know which one of those girls in that bed is which yet until you start trying to ID these bodies. So there's a lot, that was going on. All right, let me.
Came to an end, you know? Would have probably been nice to have that during.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, and I think that in, those last 8, 9 months leading up to trial, um, I think we were getting there finally. But yeah, it's difficult when the conversation's always the same and it's always us frustrated with the lack of information, us trying to make sense of it, them sticking to the gag order, getting frustrated that we're still pushing it, that we're still asking these questions, and the material is inherently frustrating, right? But so it takes a while to get to a point where you know I understand Bill Thompson a little bit more, and maybe he understands me a little bit more. It would have been great if from the beginning there wasn't the gag order, or there was some way that we could have had more information or candid conversation throughout with them. But that's just not how this cookie crumbled for us.
Yeah. Something else I was thinking about, because I don't think I've talked to you since this stuff came out, with Washington State University, like there were all these, public reports that are out now of women who were afraid of Brian Koberger. You know, people who worked with him at the university, like other, doctoral students, that kind of thing. And I talked to like a couple of people before, and I talked to some people in Pennsylvania, women who had stories about him, but I guess I didn't realize how widespread it was until all of those reports were released. Like I had no idea that it was so many women. Did that come as a surprise to you too?
Yeah, yeah. It didn't come as a surprise to me necessarily that he wasn't well liked or that he did not integrate well, but it came as a surprise to me to hear that there were so many formal complaints. Because for me, my next question when I see that is, damn, and how many informal complaints were there,
Mm.
right? How many, women or men, it seems like specifically more geared towards women just had a bad experience and just didn't report it, because that happens way more often than an actual formal report. So it's actually insane.
That's true. So
Hmm.
if you go back to people are noticing that he seemed to be functioning okay. Mind you, high school gets thrown out of a program, law enforcement program, because of his something to do with a female student or fellow student in the program. We don't know the details because all of that's like protected information, and the teachers who have spoke about it won't give detail, but it had something to do with that. So that's your first indication. But it appears at Northwest Hampton Community College and at DeSales University, everything appeared to be okay. We haven't seen anybody complaining about their time there. People have spoke about his experience at DeSales and nobody saw red flags. Now looking back, they're like, yeah, that guy was a little strange, he was a little quiet or whatever. Nothing alarming.
Right. But you know what? He was a commuter, like
True.
a commuting
Uh-huh.
student.
To
So,
Northwest and to DeSales. So,
mhm.
he didn't live within the community where he was
Right.
going to
So
school.
every
His
time
commute
class was over, he was jamming it back home.
The people who knew him from back home, right? Like
Hmm.
Jeremy from next door and Casey and all the, people he was hanging out with. Now, during that time, what was Koberger doing? You know, like she said, he was commuting, and some of that time was during the lockdown, I guess,
Yeah.
like time of the sales even. So a lot of that was online. So I'm sorry, something my cat just did something and it got me. Um,
Yeah. Like he would have been
yeah.
working on his master's during that
So he didn't
lockdown.
have a lot of like a one-on-one interaction with a bunch of people all the time, and he's still there with mother. We got to remember that. Okay. Trying to figure out, what triggers this guy. But you can't say moving there and becoming free of mother triggered it because he bought it back in March, right? The K bar. It's like, what was going on in your head in March, dude?
That his behavior was so comically bad that he couldn't even get through a month of trying to pretend to be like a normal human being without being wildly inappropriate and offensive and literally just giving the vibe like how many people in those documents said that he would spatially trap them.
So think about it though, Dolphin. If you this is his first time literally leaving mom.
Hmm.
And let me see, I just got it. Let me find it. Mom's posting stuff on Reddit
Right.
about her baby moving away to college at
Right.
27 years old, whatnot.
Hmm.
I have those somewhere. I'm gonna have to get them. I got a show planned around mother. But anyway,
Hmm.
so we're gonna do a mother show, by God. Anyway, I'm deep diving this dude and his. I'm now. I'm whatever. I'm sick of it. I'm gonna deep dive some Brian Koberger brain.
Hmm.
I went there once early in the case. It was a little scary, so I left, and I'm coming back, dude. I've been evaluating for 3 years. Here we come. So, what I'm wondering though is, was it just? I mean, literally, what would cause him to all of a sudden like, "Oh, I'm going away now," the thought process behind that, like. I'm over here, everything's going fine. I got can he not act up because mother's right there and things like that. Um, then when he goes to Washington, it's like there's nothing. There's no checks and balances. He's calling mother and father day and night. He has to call mother at some point, according to Heather. It feels like he's calling her to get coerced to going to bed. So mother was there without being there, right?
Hmm.
Um, well, I don't know what. I still want to know what this guy was thinking back in March when he orders that knife.
I mean, you got to think though too. He's taking these classes. Think about it. He's with
Yeah.
Ramslin. So the kind of person that we now know that he, is or
Hmm.
whatever that could do the crimes that he did, okay? He's over in Pennsylvania under Catherine Ramslin, studying in the murder house, doing all this stuff, really getting immersed in her world, because she's done all these
Oh,
books, like
yeah,
what,
and there
five
was
books
a
on BTK,
there's a
you know?
particular course that she taught that he took. I've
Hmm.
got it saved, but yeah, you're right. All the things that she taught, you have to consider all of that.
Hmm. So he's in that, day in and day out. I just think that he was like, yeah, he knew he was going to, continue on with grad school. He started planning early. He
I
bought
think
that
so
knife and
too.
everything
Oh,
early.
yeah. I don't know if when he purchased it, he was like, it was all gonna happen so fast. So when you go back to looking at what happened with the, uh, colleagues at WSU, if he's appearing to be okay back at Pennsylvania because he had such limited access to people, because he just wasn't around a lot of people, and then suddenly he is, now he's interacting with people on a daily basis, and he's pissing them off left and right. He's giving off
Yeah, but
these
the
bad
key to what you
vibes.
just said is appearing to be okay.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
think
I
he
mean, well,
was
there's a
really
difference.
okay
Well,
back
I
then.
get that, but he's
Hmm.
not interacting with people enough for people to get a vibe that there's something wrong with this guy.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like the classmates at DeSales and the classmates at Northampton, they weren't reporting the same thing WSU was, and it seemed to happen almost immediately when he got there, and it escalated all the way up to the murders, and then
Hmm.
boom, you're fired. So what happened to make him all of a sudden be such a bad people person? Well, you're not that bad before. I mean, I'm just saying, was he never around enough people before in person? Is this first time being a teaching assistant? Now he's forced into a role where he's day to day with people. So, was it his first time really in years being away from the family and the norm of the
Hmm.
neighborhood to
Hmm.
be around people, right? And it was not working out, was it?
And think about it, where he was, everyone knows everyone, you
Right.
know,
Mhm.
and whatnot. So it's like, but he goes like, over there, like to Washington State, and you've got all these different students from all over the world,
Yeah.
all over the US there. You've got two big colleges, right next door. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a bigger suspect pool, I think, than
Oh,
had
yeah.
he done something back in Pennsylvania.
Right. And because
And yeah, what Jeff said, 2,500 miles away, you can reinvent yourself. I don't know, maybe he thought, okay, I'm a new man now, you know?
I don't know, the new man didn't work out well because as soon as you got
No, it
there,
sure
you
didn't.
started having some issues. I'd have stayed the guy I was and been in the shadows, but he's coming in hot with the attitude. Like all of
Yeah.
a sudden, I'm like, okay, Koberger, calm down. So what happened
I
there,
think
dude?
that his mother kept him in check, though. The
I think
mother, the
a lot of
family,
that
that
too.
structure kept
Mhm,
him in check,
mhm,
Like, seriously, I would say equate it to this.
mhm.
Uh, Kids that have been, they've grown up at home, da da da. They get to high school, they graduate and everything, and then they decide to go out of state for college, right? And I'll be one of the first people to admit, I was acting a fool when I
Yeah,
was a freshman in college. I was drinking, I was dating guys in the Navy that were older than me.
and
I
go
was all
Dolphins.
over the place,
Yeah,
having a good time, you know?
yeah,
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, you were all structured and kind of buckled down, but
mhm.
then, you get away from that and you're
He's
like, oh, I've
yeah,
got freedom. I can do whatever I want to do. My parents don't know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, mother's not there to keep him
exactly.
calm. Because
Hmm.
with Koberger, it's different. He wasn't like the party or like, like you. I get what you're saying.
I think she was his regulator. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
exactly. Exactly. It feels that way, don't it? Especially when you listen
Hmm.
to the way Heather describes their phone relationship
Hmm.
even.
Hmm.
Without mother, shit, things were not gonna be good.
Yep.
Mother should have went and rented a house over in
Pretty
Washington,
much,
lived with him while he finished out his schooling.
he was a dog off of a leash. Okay.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
He had all that time on his hands because if you lived at mom's before, right? So you're at
Hmm.
home with mother. Mother's only awake. Once mom goes to sleep, you're down there doing your thing in the basement. But mom's keeping you, like Dolphin said, regulated.
Hmm.
Now, when you get home from school in the end of the day, there's what is there to do besides go driving and observing the night stars and running and hiking and all
Yeah,
the.
because you're in this little area, right? And I mean,
Mhm. You're running
you
and
know,
hiking, all right. You're hiking all around your victims' homes trying to figure out which one's the best. It's all that jogging and Strava activity
hmm
where you park in the car and jogging past the homes to get a better look. Even I know to get past there on foot and get a good look if I can versus slow down by a car. What the hell is up with that slow car out there? See, Koberger is not stupid. I can't be smarter than Koberger. Well, I could be, I guess. Damn. But y'all know what I'm saying.
hmm
Um, it's a lot. I was looking at comment. All right, this is almost over. I'm assuming there's parts of this conversation that he did not air because I have not heard her talk about it yet, but I saw it on Banfield with Enton. So we're going to take a look at that in a minute.
That's not a normal behavior. How many people, what was the term that they used when they would say he would like basically held them hostage in a conversation? Like these aren't normal behaviors. And like he couldn't even fake it for a month. What a joke, dude. Like, yikes.
Well, I was just thinking about too, like the women who thought they saw him outside their like apartments and stuff. I mean, like that's really scary.
Right. Where it's like, and it sucks because this is a little weird, but like the law is so written that there's not much proactively that you can do. Everything is reactive, right? So those people could have gone to the police and said, I think that, defendant or, inmate 163214 was outside my apartment last night. And I guarantee you, nothing would have happened to him. Even if they had investigated him, even if they had questioned him, nothing would have happened to him because it's not illegal to stand outside someone's house, right? Like, so it's just so awful that the laws are written, especially around stalking, and especially around, creepy behavior, that they're so reactive instead of being proactive. Yeah, just insane to me that it takes something physical happening before, honestly, even a formal police report can ever even be made.
Yeah, and all those reports that came out, did they give you when you had your meeting, did they give you any indication like is there a lot more to come or is it sort of like, most of everything's been released at this point or do you sort of have to be on guard for more?
Yeah, I think that there's still quite a bit more. So I know from the city of Moscow that they said it's going to be months before everything comes out. I mean, at the pace that the courts are going, it's going to be years. I guess we're sitting 3 months out and we've gotten what, 17 documents? So that's a very, very slow snail pace there. We haven't really seen anything out of Pennsylvania. We haven't seen anything out of the FBI. So I know that there's still more. I don't know how substantial that more is going to be or not.
Yeah, we're waiting on that stuff out of Pennsylvania too, Olivia.
hmm
That's what we want, right? 'Cause there's nothing about the victims coming out of Pennsylvania except, whatever they gleaned out of any search warrants, which would be on Moscow. But we want to see the body cam videos of arrest of Brian Koberger. Brian Christopher Kroberger. I want to see the drone footage they have of him. They're in the backyard and can see him standing at the sliding glass door looking at them. I want to see that. I didn't forget reading that in the document. I was intrigued by that. I'm like, what is this dude doing in the house that night? He is panicking. It's go time. They're watching me. My suspicions were correct. He's over there Googling about wiretapping and stuff. He knows they're out there watching. He's very aware of his surroundings. He has to be. He's a stalker or surveiller. I'm very aware of my surroundings. If I feel like a car is following me, guess what I'm going to do in just about 5 seconds? I'm turning right up here to no man's land to see if you follow me. I don't even know where I'm going, but I'm going to see if you go with me, buddy. Shit, Koberger. Ain't got to be a criminology major to figure stuff out.
What did you think about so yeah, you mentioned like stuff slowly coming out and the judge is unsealing documents too. And some of the more recent ones were like the witness lists for the defense and the prosecution. And there's a bunch of headlines about this. People have written about it, but Brian Koberger's sister was on the prosecution list. Um, I mean, did that surprise you? Do you know did they say anything about that? Like what she may have been, I don't know why that was.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Somewhere along the line, I asked about it, and this was before the gag order was even lifted, and I didn't ask for specifics, but they didn't give me her name at the time. Just that it was in regards to one of the sisters having knowledge or having seen him with the weapon itself, because the knife that he bought.
So remember the other night or the other day we had that talk about that? Can she place the K-bar with Brian Koberger? It was ordered from the family shared account, right? But did this sister witness him get this package or him with what came in that package?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
I think so too. Mm-hmm.
Bought on his parents' Amazon account. So that doesn't really surprise me, especially because I didn't really see anywhere that the defense was trying to argue that he didn't own the knife, that he didn't purchase it. They tried to say that his click history shouldn't be included because, getting off track, I apologize.
No.
But it didn't really surprise me seeing her on that list.
Yeah, I guess it didn't surprise me either. I wondered if they were going to use, her to say like, oh, because I think they shared an Amazon account. So like maybe to narrow down, like you're not the one who ordered these things, to kind of like process of elimination kind of thing. But I'm not really sure.
And I mean, I'll also even say too, I'm not even sure that was entirely needed, because when he purchased the knife, what he actually did is on his debit card, he purchased a gift card, I think for $120. He immediately turned around, added the gift card to his parents' Amazon account. He bought the K-bar knife with the sheath, the sharpener, and a bunch of vegan supplements. At the time that he was arrested, when they seized his car, the same exact vegan supplements that he purchased on Amazon with the gift card in the exact same order as a K-bar knife were in the trunk of his car. So, yes, well, it's stronger to have an eyewitness that says, I saw him physically hold it. And I'm not saying that's what she would have testified to, but while I get that that's stronger, I don't even think it was needed.
Oh, Jeff, that's what he's claiming, that he showed Koberger an apartment. Can we trust the guy that sells Linda Lane footage? Can we trust the guy who sells the Linda Lane footage? Oh, my.
And just my last thing, and this might still be too fresh to talk about, but I just like I started thinking about it when you gave your victim impact statement. And just with all getting to know your parents and feeling like I know Kaylee in a way just through you guys and all of the videos and photos. Like I just always want, I don't know, I see such you've already made such a difference in the world, and I just wonder, have you thought more about like how you want Kaylee's legacy to live on, what part you'll play in that? Like, and I know that takes time, but I didn't know if there was something in particular that you were sort of thinking about at this point?
Yeah, so I got about 1,000 ideas. But my mom and I have some awesome, awesome, awesome women behind us. And they've really been kind of rallying around us, trying to help us sort through a lot of these thoughts. And something that is really, really important to both me and my mom is that, oh, I apologize. Kaylee would have done a lot of really, really good things in the world. And that's just a fact. And she would have provided a lot more light to this world than she ever took. So the way I see it is there's an imbalance of the scales because she didn't get to give that light in the way that I know she would have. So my mom and I have kind of thought about creating something where we can give back specifically right now to the community that helped raise Kaylee, right? Helped make her who she was, in a way to kind of restore that balance of light, right? There will never be a replacement for Kaylee. And anything we ever do will pale in comparison to what she is capable of. But I think we got to try, I think that we got to try to kind of right that injustice that happened, not to us necessarily, but to the world who would have experienced, what she had to give to it. And in a way of, just kind of getting up and doing our best. So we're still really sorting through those details there. Sorry. And I'm excited to get there, but I'm also really excited at the prospect of having the time to do it and be really, really thoughtful about it. And then for me, something that's I need to do for me, and I've been doing it for a while now, is basically put forth everything, all of the documentation, all of the photos, anyone who will ever talk to me, everything, in a central database. And that is where, for me, Kaylee gets to live, right? Like that is me collecting all of these pieces of this part of her story in one place and bringing her home. And
So we're talking about an Idaho 4 archive of the truth, of what's in documents and things of that nature. That's my takeaway from that. And there's a lot of dedicated websites to certain crimes for that purpose. You can literally go to this websites and click on all these different things and aspects of these cases. There's some out there on Idaho 4, but they're very biased, cheap, and not well done, right? Not places I'd send anybody. Not a place I'd
Yeah.
send anybody, not dropping links.
Mm-hmm.
But a dedicated website of legitimate information that come down from court documents. So like she's going to explain, like in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, people who are doing true crime or case research in this Idaho 4 Brian Kober case, you stumble upon the mess, you're going to stumble upon the mess. But you can also visit a dedicated website and look at court documents, right? Things like that. So anyway, I hear you, girl, and
it's something that is probably going to take me a really, really long time, but I'm okay with that because I know at the end when I sit back, this will be, almost like an encyclopedia of sorts that just has, all of the answers and all of the pieces and hopefully enough pieces to the point where, it all comes together and it all makes sense in my head one day.
You mean in terms of the murders?
Yeah, in terms of, understanding what was the beginning of the end,
Yeah, and you could even have a section on debunking the BS. There's websites that have that on certain crimes attached as well. Kat, you got to get down. I cannot. Sorry, guys. She was all up my lap for some reason. But I don't know. That's a lot of work for her, and I get where she's going with it, to archive it all, basically. I guess would it be from her side, or would it be from like a fair, here's the documents type of thing, and here was the drama type? I don't know. Not
Probably
drama.
from her
That's not the
side.
right word. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see where she goes with it or whatever she ends up doing.
In terms of understanding the gravity and the weight of what happened, because you can't shy away from it, right? We shy away from it and we sugarcoat it, and we take the bits and pieces of it that are digestible and we feed them to the public. But no one actually understands how sick this guy is. And it's not my job to shy away from it, because Kaylee had to live it. The least I can do is be able to understand it.
And I don't think she could scream that loud enough. It is horrible as it is. She's going to have to talk about it, but Kaylee had to live it. And that's the same thing I said about Madeline Soto's case. People like, you can read that stuff. Yeah, I read it, but Maddie had to live it. I just had to read it. And I hope some ditwit in the audience heard listening, because this could be about her old man. Jeez.
For her, to be able to be, an earthside person that, can grasp and understand, what she went through and what she endured.
So you want to get the story of what really happened, basically, and get it all kind of in one place.
Everything.
So the bits and pieces that we kind of...
I think what Brian Koberger actually did inside that home is really going to shock people.
Yeah.
He didn't go in there just to, I'm going to do this. And, oh, boy, I got startled and startled here and startled there. Everywhere I'm startled. And now people are, oh, my God, it's overwhelming. And I'm out. Dylan, oh, I see you, girl, but bye. What he did to his victims was so overkill. I mean, it was over the top, over the kill. And it's going to get worse.
Yeah, and I'm also really passionate about this because there's still to this day so many conspiracies online. It's disgusting, right? And if I'm just being frank with you as my friend, I'm so sick of it. Like, I'm so sick of it, I could puke. So for me to be able to put myself in a position where, maybe I don't share, hey, this is how wrong you are, XYZ, but to have that, be armed with that knowledge of, here's why this doesn't work. Think, 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 think. Nope, you're wrong here. Nope, you're wrong here. I think it'd be so valuable. And if I could ever get to a point where...
She's semi doing that on TikTok. Here's why this theory doesn't work. And then she explains it. I watched one yesterday.
Oh? I'll have to check out her TikTok.
Yeah, check out her TikTok.
Almost like a timepiece capsule collection where 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line, people are going to want to know what happened, right? And they wouldn't have lived through this. Let me be the first source that tells them what happened to my sisters, so that they're not going to 4chan or to Reddit or to TikTok and say, oh my gosh, did you ever hear about the tunnels? Oh my God, did you hear it was a cover-up? It was a frame job? Like, it feels so wrong to have so many of those things exist and be free for consumption and so widely consumed. I can't even really articulate how it makes you feel being on the other side of it. But one day, if I could ever get there, it's the key to all this, if I could ever get anywhere, is, being able to, be the source of truth, the Encyclopedia Brown on everything from A to Z. And if you stick along with me and, you hold hands with me, maybe at the end you can understand too.
Yeah. I just think for some of those people with the conspiracy theories, and I've seen it with other cases, I mean, it's like it's almost like a hobby. Like, I don't think...
I saw somebody on, I think it was, I don't remember, it was Twitter or YouTube. I don't remember where I saw it. They got mad because what he just said. He called conspiracy theories a hobby. Well, what I'm
Yeah.
doing is a hobby. I'm not. Okay. All right.
No matter what anybody said. I mean, Brian Koberger confessed. Like, I mean, the man confessed and pled guilty.
Well, they
I
say they
mean,
did it
what
before.
more could you? Yeah, I don't think there's anything anyone can say to these people. I really don't.
Right. I'll talk to anyone. I'll argue with anyone. I will listen to anyone. But my sticking point is I need three facts that we can agree on, right? Like if we can't agree on three facts, we have no grounds for this conversation. Because if you believe that everything is a cover up and he was frank and this and that and oh well the DNA wasn't this, if we can't agree on just one single, well for me three single sources of truth, then I don't know how to tell you this, but you're a lost cause. Like, I don't know how to tell you this, but call your therapist.
Thank you.
Like, I'm sorry, I know it's mean, but like, that's genuinely how I feel.
I know. I wish you just didn't have to see that stuff, though. I know it's impossible, but it's like
Okay. What she's about to say is what I think all the family members need to listen to.
makes me sad that you have to see it. Like, I wish you just could be blocked from it, you know?
And here's like, I don't have to see it, right? No one's forcing me on social media. No one's forcing me to, read these articles or anything like that. But I've kind of gotten to a point where personally, like, I'm just done being quiet about it. Like, I think that silence in some cases can be a form of complicity, and I don't want to fall into that category. So it's a really hard balance to find where it's like, are you salvageable? Like, are you a salvageable conspiracy theorist who just has genuine questions? Because a lot of it is confusing, and a lot of the answers have been weird little trickle downs, and no one's kind of stood up behind the mic to take accountability and to say, no, here, let me help explain this, right? So I get some of those questions. But then, I mean, you really do just run into some loonies. That's the truth.
Okay, so that's pretty much the end of that interview. But there was something they did not discuss that Ashley Banfield talked to Brian about on her show.
Mm-hmm.
And I have that. So let me get that here. Don't go looking for it. Stay offline. Yeah, don't go. That's the whole thing, and we've said that here before about the families. You of course you're going to see the blurbs on the news or whatever, whatever you're doing out there, your social medias and your local news and all that stuff. But there's seeking it out, and then there's seeing it passively, and there's a difference. You don't have to seek it out if you don't want to. All right, let me see if I make sure I have this saved. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let me make sure it's to the right part, because I think Ashley talks about another case as well. Oh yeah, they're talking about a case that I don't, not a true crime case, not like that. Okay, let me get to it. Oh, here we go. Okay, screen up. Now, this was Ashley's conversation with Brian after his interview with Alivia. What is this in my way? Get out of my way. Share.
To violence. And boy, are they ever right, whoever they are. Take Alivia Gonzalez, for instance, sister of Idaho murder victim Kaylee Gonzalez. Her epic burn of Brian Koberger at sentencing is one for the history books. Google it if you didn't see it. But she's not done looking for answers about what happened at 1122 King Road. And what she just learned from prosecutors that we'd never heard before is coming up next.
Sorry, guys, I thought it was the beginning.
One of the most unforgettable moments from the sentencing of Brian Koberger back in July was the takedown that was delivered in open court by Kaylee Gonzalez's big sister, Alivia. And frankly, a more fitting description of her victim's impact statement was a master class in the searing burn. So I was not altogether shocked to learn that months later, with the Idaho student murder case officially closed and Koberger locked up tight in the maximum security in Idaho, Alivia Gonzalez is not still satisfied, not completely. The other day, she was finally able to sit down face to face with the man who her family relied on all throughout this case to give them justice. Justice for her family and justice for 3 other victims' families, too. She put 2.5 years worth of questions to the Latah County prosecutor, Bill Thompson, as well as other investigators who joined the meeting. And then she talked about what she learned with my colleague, Brian Enton, who's going to join me in just a moment. But first, I want to show you part of a video that Alivia posted on how her sister suffered and how her killer may have reveled in it. The court still hasn't released the victims' autopsy reports, but we did just get a list of exhibits that the state planned to use if Koberger had gone to trial. It includes 26 separate photographs of wounds that Kaylee Gonzalez endured. And Alivia says that she's been told some of those wounds that appear to be defensive may not have been defensive. Instead, they could have been, as she puts it, experimental. Take a look. And with that, I want to bring in my colleague, Brian Enton. Brian, you talked to Alivia, and I'm sure you guys went into depth about that TikTok post. I'm still slightly unclear about what experimental means and how she learned or heard that term.
Yeah, so it seems...
Okay, are y'all listening to what they're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost this, and there's almost, it's pretty sadistic. I can't tell if, don't worry, I'm here to help you, was true or real, I don't know what's going on there, but this guy was not, there was something incredibly wrong inside that brain, deep inside that brain. Something was bad wrong.
Seems this is something, Ashley, that she was told when she had this meeting with the prosecutor, with Bill Thompson, and also with law enforcement. And she went by herself, by the way. It's something she wanted to do by herself. So, she lives in California. She flew to Idaho, and she went by herself to sit at a table with all of them and get her questions answered. A lot of them still don't have answers just because, we don't know the motive. There's a lot that the prosecutor just doesn't know. But she did get a full list of wounds. And I think the presumption initially was that that a lot of these wounds came because Kaylee was fighting back against Brian Koberger. And it seems now that may not be the case. Some of the wounds, and it's sort of just like disgusting to talk about, but when she says experimental, some of these wounds may have been Brian Koberger just, stabbing in places and just almost like experimenting in a way, and some even after Kaylee was already dead.
Did he know she was already gone when he continued to stab? We heard recently that one was all the way through, right? All the way down to the handle. It was extreme. We knew early on, because of leaked information here and there, that something really bad had happened to Kaylee. It was bad enough what happened to each individual person. They're all dead, duh. But something particularly bad about this victim. And then we learned there was particularly bad things with Ethan to do with his legs. And what's up with this carving situation? And then we also had information come out about Xana's fingers, right? And the state of her hands and the fighting back. We never heard stuff like that about Maddie. Although we know Maddie had just traumatic wounds as well. She had a cut to her face as well. But Kaylee was just like, it felt like more rage was directed at her in that room versus the other victim, and that prompted people to think she was the target. And Steve came out early on and confirmed how bad it was for his daughter. But we're just now learning the extent and what their thought process is behind it. So I don't know where they get this experimental. Was it something they were told from autopsy reports? Or was it from a behavioral analysis who decided that was experimental stuff to see what would happen if I stabbed here or there, or testing the knife itself? There's a lot that I don't know. So many unknowns behind all that stuff. It's crazy.
So basically, just sadism, just a sick
Yeah.
person doing even sicker things after he had done the sickest thing. And that was just, but I'm curious about the amount of time that he had in the house. It's like, I think it's hard to know exactly when he opened the door. All we know are the accounts of when they heard things in the house and when he was driving out of the neighborhood. But it's roughly about 20 minutes. Was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley. You're right. 409-ish, because the car dips behind the building at 408-ish. So I got to give dude a minute to get out of that car and get in that house. And then, like she said, that timeline of we got 420 confirmed leaving the area. But that's all we know is when it entered the neighborhood last and when it left the neighborhood last. Everything in between is based on roommates' telephones activity.
Even enough time for him to, and I hate to use the word, but it would be his sadistic description, play with his victims and do those things after he killed them?
Yeah, it seems there would be. I mean, we, like you said, we don't know the exact time frame, but we know that he was in the house between roughly 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. Granted, we don't know how long it took for him to get in and out and that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, it seems there would be enough.
He wasn't in the house at 408. We can confirm that. I'm just going to say that again and again and again and again. You do the math of when he got in the damn back door. Did he sit there a minute and contemplate? Are the lights out? That DoorDash bitch gone yet?
Time for him to do that, and it's pretty disturbing to think about.
So,
in fact, because you came back into the neighborhood the final time at 4:04, but right at 4 a.m. you can be seen on Walenta back there coming, but for some reason you didn't enter the neighborhood. I just reviewed that again this morning, and I was like, damn, he actually didn't come back into the neighborhood. He kept cruising on down Taylor, making that loop back up, come down Ridge. Hey, that's when you came down Ridge the wrong way and they got that snapshot. And then you went on back the other way. Then you come back at 4:04 because Molly left it right after you went back behind the, yeah, okay. You saw Molly from Walenta and saw that car was still back there. You freak. I'm figuring you out, buddy. I might be wrong as hell, but I'm trying.
In the face-to-face meeting that Alivia had with the prosecutors, man, this is a long time coming, right? There's just been so much they've wanted to know, and they've been left in the dark with the rest of us, and it just feels so unfair to victims. I understand why, but did she come away with the meeting, from the meeting with the prosecutors, with a better understanding of their process or who they are or what they were doing? Because there was a lot of acrimony there for a long time.
Yes, she did. And I think they almost sort of came to terms with each other. At least for her, I think she left with more respect.
That's really all I needed to see of that, was them talking about the excessive amount of wounds on Kaylee and this possibility of it being experimental, right? So what was Ethan? I mean, my God, poor guy. We dolphin read every one of that boy's wounds. They're not pretty. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. BK's curiosity. Yeah, I get that. What? Oh, always learning, right, Jeff? I get what they are saying. He did it. Why he would have done it. Either way, whatever prompted him to do it, it was excessive and a lot. Years of rage built up, maybe, or years of maybe. Cause honestly, for some reason, I've always dead on believed that it became down to one target in that house, more than likely, because you went straight to that bedroom. But I think things went south when there was another person in the room.
Oh yeah.
And that's what changed things. And then, not to mention, you got the other one down there getting her DoorDash. You didn't plan on that either. You can't plan for everything. And when you think they're all asleep, but would you take a risk to enter a home with that many people? But then again, a lot of those homes have that many people. Then again, Well, see, Bundy and Rawlings, they had multiple victims over, like, well, we know what Bundy did for years. Rawlings was over days, right? Um, over time there, not all at one time. So was he planning on everybody at once just in case, or did he care? There's a lot to try to still figure out as to his thought process behind choosing that house and thinking everybody was asleep for real. Did he
You know
really
what?
believe that? What?
I was just thinking about something, what you just said. Was he planning, everybody else? I'm thinking Dylan was awake, right? This
Hmm.
whole time. She never said that somebody like jiggled her doorknob or
Sure
whatever.
didn't.
That means he just walked right on by her room
Right
the
up to
whole time.
Maddie's, right up to the third floor,
Hmm.
and straight to Maddie's. Did he go to Kaylee's first and it was empty, and then make his way across to Maddie's and found both of them? And boy, that is not planned either. So still no way to know which one of those girls he honed in on first. I know it was so easy to watch Maddie's room from behind that house versus Kaylee's room. You could still see Kaylee's slider and all that, and see lights and coming on and off and whatnot activity, because you can really see Maddie's. But does it matter? I don't know if it matters in the end which one, but something prompted him to go straight to the first floor, or third floor, like you said, because he walked right past Dylan's. So if you're already watching this house, did that one not appeal to you? Even Koberger's got standards. Damn it, man! I said that out loud, didn't I? Oh, I was preaching this morning about can't be fake. Sorry. But then if y'all roll with me for a minute, y'all know how I feel. Okay. So something new came down. Hang on. Dr. Picardo talks about the fantasy being ruined by other people and the rage shown. Yeah, that's what we're,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I get
Hmm.
that. I get that totally, Rachel. That's what we're saying. Going into the room, right? Do you expect one victim, and my damn it, there's two. One's going to wake up when you attack the other. They was just awake a little while ago eating food. They're not that knocked out. Maddie was having a good time, but not, you know, passed out cold. Well, it could have been. Could have been. All right. So this came down. First, I need to pull. Let me do it this way. Let's see. It'd be easier for me to read it this way, but I'm going to show it to you guys. So we all learned back in, let me see which one. I want to show first. It would be that, okay, that one. All right, so this came down back in May 1st of 2023. Okay. Press release. Update 5/1/2023. Death investigation identification. An autopsy was conducted on 5/1/23 on the human remains found in the wooded area next to the Park Avenue 80 on-ramp. So it's Park Avenue and the Interstate 80 East on-ramp. She was found on 4/27 of 2023. The results of the autopsy are pending further testing, and the cause and manner of death are currently undetermined. A portion of the remains were examined by a forensic ontologist and positively identified as missing person Dana Christine Smithers from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. All right, so then we have.
Yep. So they examined her teeth.
Yeah, because she was decomposed. They still have
Yeah.
an
Almost a
undetermined.
year.
They still have an undetermined cause of death for her, by the way. Okay, so this is May 25th of 2023. Now, remember, the crimes happened in Idaho in 2022. The Stroud Area Regional Police Department is aware of the many currently reported news articles in which various media outlets have reported connections between the SARPD's Dana Smithers missing person investigation and the Idaho murder suspect Brian Koberger. No evidence that Dana Smithers' disappearance is in any way tied to the Idaho Force suspect. Okay, so then we go. Am I doing this in order? We showed this one.
Hmm.
Okay, May 26, Tri-State News. Koberger's parents, now this is 2023, guys, in May of 2023. the same time they're releasing stuff about Dana Smithers, right? So Koberger's parents called before a grand jury in separate case. Idaho murder suspect Brian Koberger's parents were questioned about the death of a woman who was missing from Pennsylvania. In May of 2022, 45-year-old Dana Smithers went missing after leaving a friend's house. Nearly a year later, her remains were found in Stroudsburg, a community about 30 minutes from Brian Koberger's home. His parents were called to testify before the grand jury about the possible looking for a connection with Dana's murder. Now that was reported. Now Brian Enton is the one I think who broke the story about the parents going to testify before a grand jury back when it happened. People have tried to figure out why, and everybody was connecting Dana's investigation. Now Dana went missing in May of 2022.
Late May, after he graduated from DeSales.
Right. And if we look at those new that information, that Reno picture screenshot, whatever, the Walmart stuff, what is it exactly?
It's
Receipts
Walmart receipts.
that he was in.
Transactions. Yeah.
Now, so that was in Reno, Nevada. That places Koberger there. May 28th of 2022.
No, the May 28th
what-
was arranged for Walmart receipts that included Reno and Walmart transactions that included Reno and somewhere else. Maybe it was
The
Pullman
date
or
says
whatever.
it says Reno and Moscow purchase history 5/28/22 through 9/24. So I'm
Right,
thinking,
for
okay,
two different cities.
right. So Reno, if you go, that starts at May 28th, 2022 and carries on to November or 9/24, this says 5/28, Reno, Nevada. They held this grand jury investigation that same month looking into Dana. Were they able to place that Koberger was not in the region, right? Because Dana's sister did interviews after that grand jury apparently was impaneled, and she came out and said that there was proof that Brian Koberger was not in the region at the time her sister was murdered. So then I remembered we saw this in the documents. So they were able, I think at this time, they pinpointed he was in Reno at that point. But it appears that this whole thing, the grand jury was legit, and I don't think it was just to look into a possibility into connection with Dana. I think it was a whole investigation into who this man was. If you take a look at this, okay, so this one is a letter from Moscow. And it's going to Mike Mancuso, the district attorney over in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. And this is dated, when this was just sent recently. This was all just posted recently. Okay, October 6th is the date on here. On November 11, 13, 2022, the Moscow, Idaho community was forever changed by the brutal murders of 4 young University of Idaho students, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xander Kernodle, due to an unprecedented collaboration of law enforcement professionals from across the country. The person responsible for these tragic murders was identified, found, and brought to justice. We are forever grateful for the phenomenal, dedicated efforts of our law enforcement and professional partners, and that includes the Monroe County District Attorney's Office. A small token of our appreciation, we have enclosed a special challenge coin commissioned by our office for you. Please accept the coin with pride on a job well done, and thank you. So then they respond with this, okay? This is from the District Attorney's Office Post. He says, recognition for our work on the Koberger case. Recently, our office received a very nice gesture from the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office in Idaho in recognition of the collaborative efforts that helped bring justice in the tragic murders of 4 University of Idaho students on November 13th of 2022. We were honored with a challenge coin and a letter of appreciation. We were committed to help write the search warrants, approve the arrest warrant, participate in the arrest of Koberger, and conduct a thorough investigation using the resources of an investigating grand jury into his background. Not to see if he was involved with a murder. Now, they're looking for a thorough investigation and using the resources of the grand jury. What resources do the grand jury have at their disposal? They have subpoena power. They can subpoena those medical records. They can subpoena those school records from the high school. They can do all sorts of things to take a look and evaluate what's going on here, into his background, right? That was a way to get a hold of those school records.
Mm-hmm.
Use your subpoena power, right, from the grand jury who's investigating his background. So there you go. That was information that was brought out about that recently, and it like poor Dana. I remember watching Dana's story on, was it an Oxygen episode? Somebody, I don't believe it was Dateline, and going, damn, that's a crazy case, right? And to this day, nobody's been arrested for Dana's death. Now, Dana was found not far from her home. She disappeared under very strange circumstances. Now, there was a that she knew Brian Koberger, worked with Brian Koberger at some point at the pizza joint down at the mall. They'd crossed paths. She was at one point into things that Koberger had been into, but nobody ever made a solid connection. The Facebook group was formed. There's a whole Facebook group for Dana as well. There was never a connection that could be made. But boy, we did wonder, and legitimately wonder. Okay.
I'm not surprised about, no connection that could be made because your parents don't know who all your friends are, and I mean, who he might have been doing stuff with, you know what I mean? And by stuff, I mean illegal pharmaceuticals. So, you know what I mean? Like,
I think they could place, if they actually work together,
Mhm.
there's going to be records of that through the work
Yeah,
records
oh,
of
yeah.
the place of employment, things like that. But there's a lot the parents aren't going to know, but the parents can pinpoint my son was in Vegas or Reno
Mm,
on this date and that date. Here's the photos, here's the flight stuff or the drive. I guess he drove, whatever. Here's the information on that to back up the alibi of he wasn't even in town in May of whatever, 2022
mhm.
on this date. But as far as his personal, look, dude had probably some savory characters as friends, right? Unsavory, right? Because of what he was into, the drug abuse or whatever. There's probably a lot of these people mama didn't know about, mother wasn't aware of, that her boy was running with. I wonder if she was aware of a girl I ran with one and girl I ran with two. I wonder. Okay, so let me see how I did this. Dana was last seen though leaving her friend's house on May 28th of 2022, like at
Mhm.
11:05 p.m. Now, I think it is this one. I'm looking for, because I've got the video of her leaving the house. And what it is ring footage where she leaves her, it has to be this one. Yeah. Okay. Whoa, slow down there. All right. This is the one that was shown in the piece I watched on 48 or wherever it was, Oxygen, whoever had it on that I watched it from. So Dana leaves her friend's house. She goes out the front door. She lived a couple of streets over. And this was over on Stokes Avenue. It's not far from where she was found. So when she leaves here, all you're going to see is her walk all the way out to that driveway. And then you really don't see her anymore. And then the camera stops. The footage stops at that point. We don't have more of it. We never have. But apparently she made it home because
Her purse and her phone were in her
her
house.
phone, her keys, her purse, her wallet, everything was at home. Now, earlier that night, she went to the street festival with her 6-year-old daughter. She had two kids that were pretty much grown, and then she had a little 6-year-old. And they go to this street type festival, food vendors and such, and her child's father attends with them. Her sister has said this. And from what I understood, they all three went back to this house together. Then at some point, Dana goes down here to her friend's house. She's been neighbors for years and years and years. She goes down here for a little while. She leaves and goes home. And no one's ever seen her again.
Yep, and that was the week after he graduated.
Yeah.
It was on a Saturday.
Oh, what happened? Oh, Jesus. Hold on. I don't know what just happened. I don't. It's so weird because where she was found, and I know the location well. I know what's the surrounding areas. There was a homeless camp nearby there, But you have to think Dana must have knew this person because everything was at home. Like, it's weird. It's one of those I wish I knew more about what the cops knew. Do you know what I mean? For real.
Was that the I was looking down when you showed the video. Was that the video where she walked out and she was like looking towards the right or
I'm
whatever?
about to show it. Yeah, it
Oh,
wouldn't
okay.
work. I accidentally took it down. All right, I messed up. Hold on. Let me fix this. Let me do this. Okay. Now I'm
That
going
was
to
from
share
her friend's house or her house?
her friend's house. She had walked a couple of houses down. I
Mhm.
think it was 5 houses apart they live. Okay. So she makes it back home, and then all of her things are found at home. Let me hit play. Okay. Okay, I'm going to play it again because right at the end of this, it'll probably loop out. But you can still see her by the white vehicle, right? I know I can't blow it up any further, guys. It won't let me. But you can see her still at the white vehicle. But once she clears that white vehicle or whatever color it is there, I'm not green, who the hell knows. Once she clears that car, that truck or whatever it is, she kind of disappears into the dark. And you can't, I don't even know which way she goes, left or right. She's going toward her house either way. That's what happens.
Poconos wants answers after she mysteriously vanished 25 days ago.
2822 Eyewitness News reporter Sydney Costas live for us in Stroudsburg. She's got more with the family's concerns tonight. Sydney?
Nick, Candace, 45-year-old Dana Smithers has been missing for nearly a month now. She was last seen here on Stokes Avenue. I spoke to her daughter-in-law today about what Dana was doing that day and when they decided to call police.
Someone doesn't just disappear. You don't just vanish out of the air and are never seen again.
Brianne Farino is the daughter-in-law of Dana Smithers, a Stroudsburg woman who's been missing since Saturday, May 28th.
Dana is very outgoing. She is the type of person who will start up a conversation with you in the grocery store and like you just made a lifelong friend. She is very outgoing. She is she can make anybody laugh.
Farino says that Saturday, Dana went to a street festival at a local restaurant with her 6-year-old daughter. Later that night, she walked a few houses down to a friend's home on Stokes Avenue. That's when she was last seen on a Ring camera after 11 p.m. The next morning, her cell phone and medication left behind at her home with no sign of Dana.
Her purse, her wallet, her car, everything that she would bring, you would bring with you anywhere you go is at the house.
Dana's family reached out to Stroud Area Regional Police after no one heard from her for 2 days. State police have since joined the investigation. On Wednesday, law enforcement searched the area of Glen Park but found nothing. Dana was last wearing black jeans and a burgundy shirt. Farino says each day brings more discouragement and they need the public's help to find her.
Someone has to know something. You know, she has children, she has a small child, and she deserves to have her mom in her life.
Dana Smithers' case always hit me the way Crystal Rogers' case did. And when the news broke about that grand jury investigation, they brought out the name Dana Smithers. I was like, wait, what? Because I already knew the name. I don't know why they haven't found clues as to where it happened to Dana. And I got questions for the man who saw her last. Just by nature. Just got questions. But yeah, so there was no ties all along. But it sure was speculated a lot, wasn't it, Dolphin? Even we did. We did as well.
Oh, yeah.
We explored it. We didn't know some of the facts about him, like not even being there, but there was no really connection that ever tied him there. Let me see. I think it was Enton who did a post about the mom, or sister rather. Yeah, confirming the no connection between them after the grand jury. So I think they gave her information because she acknowledged she knew about a grand jury investigation. But usually when a state impanels a grand jury, they sit them for a minute and they look at multiple cases. And she was told one was going into session, basically. All right, so this is from one of his posts from back then. More on the investigation grand jury situation in Pennsylvania. We talked to Dana's sister. We still don't know exactly why Koberger's parents were called to testify in relation to Dana's case. We spoke with Dana's mother's sister, Stacy. She says she learned even before Koberger's arrest that an investigative grand jury in Pennsylvania was meeting and looking into her sister's case and other cases. After Koberger was arrested, she says the grand jury began looking into whether Koberger could be connected to the sister's disappearance. So Pennsylvania already had a grand jury operating, sounds like, and we're already looking into things with her sister, and then boom, this Koberger thing happens, and there's a connection to Pennsylvania, and he's from where? We better look at that guy. She says it became clear he was not connected, and there was evidence he was not in the area where her sister was last seen. She is hopeful people will continue to be invested in Dana's case to find out what happened. Amen, sister. Now, there's an article that we could share, but I feel like you guys know I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true, but she says that he wasn't in the region. So they were able to confirm he didn't have a... Because I felt like if there was a connection, that charge, and they could prove it, that charge would come after the resolve of Idaho case. Idaho case has been resolved. He said, I did it, and blah, blah, blah. There was so much about this case that happened over time and over time, that you could really just go back and have like, what? Can't even believe some of that happened. All right, let me get that note out of the way. Okay. All messages, what's up? Yeah, butterfly or firefly, they can tell, right? But in the heat of the moment, when you're just doing it, do you know when they actually are finally unalived? Or do you just, I don't know, you know what I mean? He made sure, obviously. Crazy ass. Okay, there's my, okay, I got to put this right here because that's for the mother show. Okay, guys. All right, so we have been going over or attempting to start going through the documents, right, that were dropped, the unsealed stuff. There was actually one more new one, I think, dropped in, and it was the lay witness list for the defense. And some roommates are on there. Okay, let me get this pulled up.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I backed up to this last screenshot that you posted. So Dana Smithers' sister, the Brian Enton one, talking about what her sister said. She learned even before Koberger's arrest that an investigative grand jury was meeting and looking into her sister's case. So here's a question. Before Koberger's arrest, he was arrested at the end of December. Her body hadn't even been found. So why would there be an investigative grand jury? You know.
Well, I don't know as far as when her body, in relation to when the body was found, but all I know is most states, you can do, I guess you can impanel like an emergency grand jury, like the one that was held in Idaho for Koberger or whatever, to get to push through the indictment. But a lot of states do sit a grand jury periodically, and when they do sit them, they go through several cases. I don't know what prompted her to say that, right? And that's what I said. I don't know what she meant by they were already looking into parts of it, because she says, like you said, like at the wait, I don't know what the date of this one was, but we spoke with Dana's sister, and she said that she learned before his arrest they had impaneled the investigative grand jury, and they were meeting looking into her sister's case and other cases. So I don't know what parts of Dana's case they could be were looking at, but it wasn't anything to do with Koberger, huh?
No, I know, but for
I
a
don't
missing
know.
person?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't. She hadn't
Unless
been
they were
found.
always planning it because while they were investigating him,
Yeah,
they used that as an excuse to dig some more.
They could have. right? Because she wasn't found yet, like you said. So what would there be to investigate if was it looking into somebody that they already suspected of foul play? I don't know, right? Within the community there, like within close proximity to Dana. I don't know.
I think they
Whatever.
did that deliberately.
Yeah, because whatever this investigative grand jury impaneled was for had nothing to do with Koberger until Koberger came along. Apparently, it was already impaneled, and they were looking at other cases. And then Koberger happens, and then they're like, "Okay, we want to look and see." But it's not unusual to look. They even came out in Pennsylvania and said they were looking into cold cases and other cases, because it's not unusual to do that when somebody's arrested somewhere else that has ties to your community. They begin to look at options immediately. So I don't know.
Right, right. But I think what I'm saying is, my point is that I think that they used this
Oh,
to put
yeah.
together the grand jury before he was even arrested, because they use it as an excuse to dig into him further, in Pennsylvania. And said, "Oh, well, because I'm sure that they were like, let's see what his history might have been back in Pennsylvania. Let's
It
look
may have.
at cold cases, missing people, blah, blah, blah." Right. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's always some big excuse or whatever, Anyway, that's what the sister says she was told. There was one impaneled, and they were already looking into things, and then he got arrested, and they looked for connections, which they did look for connections with Koberger to other cases around the area.
Oh, yeah.
And, nothing else popped up or came into fruition, I guess. We'll have to stay tuned. But we also felt like if there was anything that connected him to Dana's for real, there would be charges once Idaho charges were done with. Like the Lori Vallow case, Arizona came after the Idaho stuff.
I
Okay.
just wish somebody would say where he was.
I know. And what was he doing there, Dolphin? I want to know that part. I really want to know what was he doing there? Did the whole fam go? Was it a family trip?
Or was
Or
it
was
just
it
him? Because it was literally a week after his graduation.
right? Was he considering a school in Reno? And went over there to check out a campus? Is there a criminology, or what kind of schools are in Reno, though? Are there any good colleges in Reno that would, you know, like be a good fit for a program like that? WSU, you get this big,
I can't think of anything famous in
yeah.
Reno. So,
Well, I
yeah.
wouldn't have thought WSU had a program that was, difficult to get into or whatever, and da da da. I wouldn't have thought it. I don't know. I don't make it a personal note to know what all these colleges are up to. Who's doing what, or who's got the best departments nationwide. See, I don't know. What was he doing in Reno? So Walmart receipts. Is that all you got? Is some Walmart receipts out of Reno? We have an Excel. Let's see. It says Excel 5/28/22 through 9/24/22. So we're talking a couple of months here, Reno and Moscow on an Excel. We also have Walmart records purchase history, Pullman Strasburg 1/6/22 through 12/8/22, also on an Excel report. What did you purchase in the Walmarts, Guy? I don't know. Okay, so let me show you this. Did you notice they dropped that one document in? Well, as of this morning.
No,
Okay. I happened to, all the little red lights were gone because I'd already read everything, but I have a list of everything. But there was one new one. I was like, wait, what?
Let me see.
So you got on 5/28/2025 defendants amended phase 2 mitigation list, and then there was their lay list was also, yeah. Then 4/21, this is the one. 4/21/25 defendants phase 1 lay witness list, and it says redacted, but it has now been unredacted.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pull that up.
Yeah, because that wasn't there. The lay witness list wasn't.
It certainly wasn't. We had the other. Okay, the expert list. All right. Back down there we go. Whoa, no. All right. So this was the defendant's phase 1 a lay witness. So this is like your non-experts, you're just regular people, right? Regular old people coming in.
Oh, you know who I'm laughing about.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Okay, so comes Brian C. Koberger, through his attorneys of record. We'll call the following witnesses at trial, although not necessarily in the same order as listed. All right, so they start out with an Aaron Morris from the Moscow Police Department. And then we're coming in hot with an Adam Lauda, who is redacted. I kind of feel like we know who that is.
Yeah, we do. That's Takur's roommate. The what did you say to Adam?
What'd you say to Adam?
And bartender at Corner Club.
Yep. So they were going to call Adam. And were they going to ask him, what did Maddie say to you? I probably would. Andrew Fox from the Moscow Police Department. Andy Hody, ISP, District 1. Angela Alvarez, redacted. Ann Nord, ISP Lab, redacted. Why? She's a secret agent, but her name's right there. Annette Murphy from the FBI. Annette, okay. Anthony Dollinger from the Moscow Police Department. Ashley Detour. Ashley Swanson. Ava Wood. Ava's the neighbor, right?
Mm-hmm. That lived across the street and who somebody tried to break into her house. Remember, like right before.
And she was on the documentaries.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden McIntyre, Bailey Dempster, Bethany Funk. Ma'am, you saw a what and heard a what? A flashbang and a firecracker. Did you smell a smell, like a burning sensation at the same time? Like, not sensation, that's the wrong word. I got to go back and revise my questioning of my witness. Y'all get what I'm saying? What are you going to ask Bethany Funk if you're the defense and you call her to your witness stand? Legit, what would you ask her? Did Dylan seem fearful? Did you have a smell that also happened when you saw this flashbang occur? Brady Walker, ISP. Brandon Rowley, ISP. Braden Paulo. Braden Jensen, both redacted. Brett Payne, Moscow Police Department. Yes, sir. Carolina Calvin, Whitcomb 911. Is she just to verify the authenticate the 911 call, or she's the one that took the 911 call?
Both.
Ma'am, I need to stop passing the phone around.
Mm-hmm.
That was me. That was Carolina. Yep. Excuse me. Cassie Macy from the Moscow Police Department. Dolphin's favorite witness.
Oh, loose lips Mabbit.
Loose lips Mabbit.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what I saved today? Loose
What?
lips interview.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Chris Engel. She coming in hot with some knowledge. We need to, knowing what we know now about these victims and what unfolded in those bedrooms, go back and review what she said. It's insane.
Yeah.
Chris Engel, Christian Martinez. Now, wasn't that one of the guys from
Yes.
the documentary?
The apartment. Mm-hmm. He was the friend,
Yeah.
apartment mate, you know.
The Kamiok Butte guy? No, that was a different guy. But yes, I know who you're talking about. Okay, Cody Herman, Corbin Smith. He's redacted, whoever he is. Curtis Whitman from WSU Police. Dane Carroll is redacted. Danny Vargas, Moscow Police Department. And Daniel Tiango, redacted. Oh, Daniel Tiango. Okay. Darren Gilbertson, ISP. Dave Bodley from the FBI. David Cortez, ISP. A Derek Abinina and a Devry Duff, both redacted. Dustin Blaker, Moscow PD. Okay, Martinez is the one who invited him to the pool party, the one that Dad approached in the parking lot. Hey, this is my boy, just moved here. Please be his friend and invite him places.
Yeah,
and
the
then
guy with the beard and the mustache.
And then they invite him to the pool party, and Koberger has to go buy swim shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Mortensen. If we're the defense, what are we asking Miss Dylan? Did you have a connection to my client?
Well, yeah, number one, and a lot about all her calls and
Of
Instagrams and
course.
Snapchats and all that.
Of
Mhm.
course, that's a given. But I'm Ann Taylor. I'm coming in hot. I got to poke holes in your story. Emily Allant, friend and neighbor, who came over with Hunter when they got the phone call from Dylan. Eric Seat, Eric Warner. Eric Seat is from the Idaho State Police and Warner is from the Moscow PD. Flavio Alvarez. Flavio's from Pennsylvania, isn't he? He's redacted. Gail Collins is redacted. Gary Cooper, FBI. Gary Tolson. Whole video is being made on you. ISP District 1. Brady Giglio and all. Gaurav Narang. Is that redacted? Gideon Roberts, ISP. Haley Yingling, ISP Lab. Hugh Powell from the ISP District 2. Hunter Johnson. Now, you better tread lightly with Hunter, Miss Ann. And I think she would. I think he'd be the only one outside of Emily
Yeah,
and
he wasn't
Ava.
problematic.
No. I'm coming in hot after Miss Molly and them roommates. Jay Welch, Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Jack Caitlin, ISP. Jack Decor, redacted. Jacob, now she's coming in hot at Jack Decor.
That's probably why Adam was on the list too,
Mm-hmm.
because, they would have asked him questions like, do you know if he left the house
Right.
in
Can
the
you
middle of the
corroborate?
night anytime? And,
Right. Can
mhm.
you corroborate Jack's alibi, or anything like that to that nature? Jacob Archer, FBI. Jacob Schweck, ISP, District 2. Jacob Tisdall there's Tisdall from the Moscow PD. Jade Miller, ISP. James Atchley, FBI. James Fry, redacted. why is Dick? Okay. James Millar, ISP, District 3. Because he works for somebody else now. Jeff Manning, redacted. Jeffrey Mooney, ISP. Jeffrey Talbot, ISP. Jenna McClure, redacted. So I'm wondering if where they work is redacted as well, or whatever. There's other information because James Fry works for another police department now.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he all redacted like that? Okay. Talbot. Okay, Mooney is from the ISP. Talbot is from ISP. Jenna McClure. Why is that name familiar, Dolphin? Jenna McClure.
She's the girl that texts back bro before the night.
Oh, yeah. Okay. To one of the texting friends. Okay.
One of the texting too.
Jenny Ayers is from the ISP. Jonathan Riggs is from the FBI. Jonathan Rosinski is Moscow Police Department. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah. I also think that Jenna is the sister.
Hang on, you're breaking up for me, so let me figure.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just want to make sure we hear you when you speak. Okay, go ahead and try again.
I was saying that Jenna, I think she is also the sister of Bethany's fiance.
Oh, okay, right. I know who you're talking about. Jonathan Riggs, FBI. Jonathan Rosinski, Moscow PD. Jordan Welch, Latah County. Joseph Vido, redacted. Do you know who that is?
Yep, that's the big chubby guy at the grub truck.
That Maddie turns to with her, and Hoodie Guy is having a conversation with Joe, and Joe decides to go and talk about this case on TikTok and what he witnessed at the grub truck.
And speaking of Hoodie Guy, he's not on their list.
No, he's not, is he? Interesting that Vido is.
Yep.
Wow. Vido, what are you doing? Maybe that's why he went silent on social media. He had to abide by the gag order just in case. Maybe the defense forgot to take him off the list at some point. But anyway, he was on the list, and he is a guy that was in the grub truck video who was talking to Hoodie Guy, who had a little bit of interaction with the victims. In fact, Maddie He's talking smack, it appears, with hoodie guy. Maddie's feeling good. She turns around and points directly at the guy, and you can literally see her say "F you," but it wasn't like ah da da. It was just like "F you, buddy," kind of thing. That he goes and makes some TikToks and stuff, and makes some statements about how they were belligerently drunk and falling all over things, and that no, dude, sit down with that. Okay. Josette or Josie Lautner. So she's also the roommate to Emily, right? That in the documentaries that came over with the 911 call.
Yep.
Joseph Lake, Justin Dean, Latah County Sheriff, Justin Nadeau, Kai Davis, Catherine Dace, ISP, Catherine Ramsland on the defense witness list. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What would Catherine have testified to? The criminology of it all? Yes, ma'am. Now, this is trial phase of a lay witness, so she's going to know Koberger in that capacity. How much interaction did Ms. Ramsland actually have with Koberger face-to-face compared to just online classes or whatnot? And this is not the mitigation phase where the criminology aspect would really be a part of it. So what would she testify to as a lay witness, right? I don't know. Carrie Hogan, ISP Lab. Kyle Card, ISP District 1. Lakeland McComas. And it didn't Bloom put it out early on that she was over there hanging out with the Kobergers in defense, right? But
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Lawrence Mowry, Police Department, or Moscow Police Department.
Catherine Ramsland said, I'm here to help.
You damn sure did. Leslie Lehman, I got a book to write. ISP District 1. Lyndon Beck. Boy, oh boy.
Josie's boyfriend.
Yeah, and he's caught a lot of shade on social media over the time. I know somebody who's went hard at that person. I don't know them personally, but I know an account who has. Mark Zakweski, FBI. I had to fix my headset, sorry. Martha Smith. Mason Bangman, Matteo Milani, all these are redacted. Matt was at Wernsing, ISP. Michelle Bolger, redacted. She's from Pennsylvania. Was she at DeSales or was she at the high school?
DeSales. She's the professor that recommended him.
That's right. So she recommended Koberger for the program at WSU, and she's only done that twice. Was he one of the two people she's ever recommended for that program based on his academic performance? A Mike Van Leuven, ISP District 1. Mitch Nunez, Moscow PD. Molly McMichaels, our DoorDash driver. And she's redacted. Well, Rosendahl from the Moscow PD. Neil Ehrig, Post Falls Police Department. Neil's the one who examined all of the digital devices over in Post Falls.
Yep.
Nicholas Graybell, Peggy Gunn, Quinn Kelly.
Very interesting.
Oh, who is Quinn Kelly? Salty?
Dylan.
Dylan Mortenson's boyfriend.
He was on both lists then.
Yeah.
Why?
Exactly.
For somebody who supposedly wasn't there.
Wasn't even there. He's over in Boise living his best life. He's got nothing to do with nothing. All I am is Dylan's boyfriend. Nothing to see here. Did Dylan not text him that night? Oh my God, baby, I just saw a scary man in my house. No, not one? Okay. Rachel Murdoch, FBI. Ralph Vecchio. He's from Pennsylvania. He's redacted. So is Richard Boitonio, isn't he the investigator?
Batanti, that's the defense's investigator.
Batanti, that's defense investigator.
That was all on the
all over Bethany's
exculpatory evidence that Bethany supposedly had.
He was investigating Bethany's exculpatory evidence and the Running Man theory. Naked Running Man theory. Roger Lanier, Ryan O'Hara, ISP. They got Lanier all redacted too.
Former captain.
Ryan O'Neill from the FBI. Brian Snyder, Moscow Police Department. Sarah Cardone, FBI. Shane Gunderson, Moscow PD. Simon Getty, he's redacted. Stephanie Wilt from the ISP, redacted. Tara Martinez. Taylor McCaig, whatever. Taylor Zimo. Tim DeWolf. Who is DeWolf again, Dolphin? That was
Oh shoot!
that's not the
Didn't
boxing
we saw
guy.
this? No, not the boxing guy. We saw this. He was one of the experts.
Oh yeah, okay.
Forget which one. We just said this the other day.
Yeah, we did look at that the other day. Tim
Mhm.
Smallridge, a Tim Snell, ISP, a Timothy Mullen, FBI, Tina Wellfall, ISP Lab, Travis Shirley, FBI, Agent Shirley. I'll never forget that time that creator went live and claimed Agent Shirley was calling her Agent Shirley, all because of the Idaho 4 case. Tyler Barrett, ISP District 4, Tyler Moy, Vicky Gooch, ISP District 3. Now, Vicky did some of the final interviews with Dylan, didn't she? When Dylan took off over to back to Boise. William
Yeah, that sounds
Adams.
familiar.
Yeah, I think she conducted one of the interviews with Dylan. William Adams, William Searfoss Jr., Pennsylvania. Yesenia Rajo, I believe that's Pennsylvania. Ruth Ballard.
Searfoss is the guy that worked at the jail.
Oh, okay. Ruth Ballard, I have no idea, but she's really redacted. She's got a long redaction back there. Ruth Ballard. Stephen Becker. Jennifer Homyek. What? Bracamonte. Who are all these people and what would they have testified to? Matthew Nodell. Cy Ray. We know what Cy Ray was or is, or he's still on the list. Thomas Levinsky. That's one of the
Yes,
experts.
these are these experts.
This is the expert stuff. Yeah, because some of these are going to have to be called to testify as to cell phone data, car stuff, all the different things. They're going to bring a DNA type stuff, and all that. They had all that covered. So then you got Brent
Why
Turvey.
do they have these experts on the lay witness list?
That's a curiosity I was about to say because, Turvey's the crime scene guy.
Yeah,
I
because this whole
believe.
section where it's out of alphabetical order now.
Mhm.
Or yeah.
And then Orr is
Experts.
the doctor. Rachel Orr is the doctor. So, okay. Carol Peden and Kevin Peden.
That's the couple that were on the expert list. All of these people are experts.
Jose. So the defense had a couple, and so did the prosecution. They had the Bernhardts. What were the Pedens doing? Need to Google them in a minute. Let's write their names down. Because later I'll be all in a rabbit hole about these people. Who were they? What were they going to say? Do they own a company that testifies for defense people? Because I bet they do. Okay. All right, Carol and Kevin, we're on to you.
Co-founders of Peden Digital Forensics, a company based in Spokane, Washington.
Oh, nice. Okay. There we go. Eileen Ryan, Gary Schutler, and a Justin Montgomery. They're all redacted. Mr. Koberger reserves the right to call witnesses to impeach or rebut the government's case. Furthermore, Mr. Koberger reserves the right to amend the list as witnesses become known and to call as witnesses and individuals who have been disclosed as potential witnesses by the state and any other persons who were named by the state within their or other discovery materials. Riley says Ruth Ballard is forensic DNA expert and teacher. The one that had the big redactions behind her. Right here, number 123. Okay. So, hang on one second.
Oh, go back to read the little footnote she's saying. Riley said.
All right, let me pull that back up real quick.
Dr. Ballard is a geneticist, and a
Okay.
professor of biological sciences at California State University, Sacramento. She runs the forensic biology program.
Nice. Okay. Isn't that interesting? I always want to know what these experts are going to say to one another. Okay. That's what gets me. All right. Let me go back to that document. Scroll back, because it was an early one. Oh, I think I passed it. Do y'all know that I talked to Joe the other day and he's like, oh, it got down to like 37 in Indiana or whatever. I was like, oh my God, that's so cold. And then this morning I woke up cold. Like I was not happy or comfortable. I was like, I am cold. I got to break out my heater. Okay. Here we go. Let me get it back up. Okay, we're going down to the, why is it all so big again? Go down. Okay, down to the footnote. Where? Like in a document,
I don't know
maybe.
what
Yeah.
she was. Yeah, I thought she was talking about that
Yeah, the
document.
documents tell us who they all are. We went through so many of them, it's hard to recall right off the top of our heads which ones do what.
Yeah, if he used to be IT at Sigma Chi, I don't think that that's why they're calling him because he was IT at Sigma Chi. I think it's because he was a Sigma Chi member.
Yeah, do y'all know how many people involved in this case graduated from University of Idaho?
Yeah.
For real?
Oh, and he was vice president in March of 2023 and March of 2024 of Sigma Chi fraternity. So,
Okay.
yeah, he was somebody that was going to school there and was a frat brother of Ethan's.
Ah, okay.
That's Tim DeWolf.
DeWolf was. That's right. Okay, because that name, and that name did come up as, yeah, being friends of Ethan and all that before.
That's, I guess, why I keep forgetting him because he was,
Yeah.
a friend.
All right, so that says it's new for the defendant's amended phase 2 mitigation list was dropped on 5/28. But I felt like we reviewed that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just showing up still on my thing because we reviewed the defense list. So what I'm going to do is move into this one because before we wrap the show up, we're going to look at this one document. So I've got other things I want to look at that were within this document that really intrigued me, because it's going to take some time to unpack some of these documents and really, because there's things that just prompt me to go down rabbit holes a little tiny bit. And if we go too fast through some of them, it gets out of hand in my brain. Let me go back to this one. Let's see. Because it was next on the list right up when they first unsealed these and went through the briefs or whatever, the trial briefs. This was the next document up. I just want to touch on the one that just came down. So this is back from April 2nd. Oops, April 2nd. Exhibit S1. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me take a break for 1 second. Go check on the dog to the restroom, guys. I'll be right back, and we'll start taking a look at this document.
Actually, I think I need to run to the kitchen really quick myself. I'll be right back, too. She needs a break sign.
Okay. Rachel says 36 in Idaho last night. Ooh, 50, it's nice up here now. Hey, Butterfly, I can play music in the background, but I always keep forgetting. I need to throw up like a coffee break thing, like a intermission screen. Coffee break. Dolphin's getting her some food. She was starving. Okay, let me pull up this screen and we're going to get to reading what this document said. Again, thanks for being here, everybody, and joining the conversation. Hit the like button if you don't mind. Lord, I'm okay with cool weather, but I don't like to be cold. It hurts my bones, hurts my soul. Okay. Can y'all see that? Let me get us out of the way. Actually, where's my... If it will let me. And this thing gets so crazy sometimes. Let me go up. There we go. Okay. There we go. So this is Exhibit S1, State's first supplemental request for discovery disclosure. So this is one of the requests that the state put into the defense for a request of discovery. The defense had numerous ones. The prosecution had several, but this was one of their exhibits for their first discovery. And at this point, Koberger's team was working, right? And so they're wanting some of that work product, which y'all find out. What are y'all getting over there? For records from the forensic psychiatric evaluation by Dr. Eileen Ryan. Now, Ryan was on the list we read a few minutes ago. So she's the doctor who performed these psychiatric evals right here. Psychiatric evaluations, okay. All written reports, handwritten or typed notes, scoring sheets, behavioral observations, and psychological data collected during the in-person forensic psychiatric evaluation of Brian Koberger on October 22 through the 22nd of 2024. So when he was arrested in the 2022. And then you go to 2023, a whole year. And then 2024, another 2 years in, they bring this doctor on board to do these evals. I found that interesting. And then they did them again the 2nd through the 4th of January in 2025, so this year, after he was transferred over to Ada County. You better get a throw blanket, girl. I can't live without my throw blankets. I think I'm going to order me a new blanket, a nice big warm blanket. So interesting. All documentation and materials, audio, video, notes, summaries from the group family evaluation conducted on November 29th of 2024. Mother, can you hear me? Pink Floyd comes to mind every time I hear Mother. I could just picture him in a room with the Pink Floyd in the background, just spacing out. My son's on the move. Y'all hear that noise all the time? That's my kiddo on the move, Life 360.
Oh, yeah, it was back up, huh?
Oh, yeah, it's been back up.
That was something that was affected, too, by the Amazon situation.
Yeah, it never seemed to affect me with his. In fact, for the one thing new they did the other day, I had picked up my phone or something and I went to notifications and I noticed I had a notification from Life 360. I was like, what's up? I clicked it and it was letting me know that there had been a tornado warning in his area. Well, he's down in town, but he also could have been over in Pensacola. But that's when I was sleeping at 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. the other night when it apparently rock and rolled outside with some thunderstorms that I was slept through.
Yeah.
So, but that was like, then I got a notification saying, were you happy with the new weather alert? And I was like, oh, okay. So that, I don't know. That noise y'all hear periodically is telling my kids moving around. Okay. He knows mama tracks him, and he knows why. We got murderers on the loose. All documentation and materials, audio. Okay, so they conducted this evaluation with a group family. This one was on the 29th of 2024, so 2 years in. Remember, Ann, that time in that one hearing, I need to go back generations, starting here. Michael Koberger.
She sure did take her time.
She did. She had all them terabytes, took a lot of time. Michael Koberger was the father. I don't know why I did it that way. Koberger's father, mother, of course, Marianne, and sister Amanda. Melissa was not present during the group family eval on November 29th, apparently, unless hers is an individual standalone one.
Yeah, she lives in New Jersey.
Right, because these are we got Mother's talks about that. Yeah. So at the time she lived in New Jersey. All right, so then we moved. They had in-person individual evals the day after, right? So I'm assuming the group was the 29th maybe, and the next day they held individuals in person on the 30th with Marianne Koberger, mother, Amanda Koberger's sister, and Melissa Koberger's sister. So they probably sent somebody over to Jersey. Phone and interviews, Marianne Koberger. This is what the prosecution is requesting the defense turn over to them. Phone and video interviews, Marianne Koberger, January 12th, 2025, was a follow-up call. So that was the beginning of this year. Allison Ackerman, January 7, 2025, that was a Zoom call. And Ellen Trexler on the 29th of January, 2025, phone. Dr. Ellen Novick Cohen on the January 11th, 2025, that was a FaceTime. So these are people all talking about these testings or something. All investigative materials relied upon, including audio, video recordings, Brian Koberger's educational and medical mental health records, any other third-party documents relied upon during the evaluation. So they were looking at the whole family and talk. I would like to know what was said in those meetings. How much of those meetings were to evaluate them versus Koberger, or a little bit of it all?
Dr. Ellen Novick Cohen is a clinical child and adolescent psychologist. Yeah. Based in Allentown, Pennsylvania. So that's got to be from that car accident, the PTSD. When he was like 10 years old. And I think maybe the others are from school.
Shoot. When I was 19, I was thrown from a windshield of a rolling vehicle. I didn't go unalive, people. All right. There's days the pain's been so bad I've thought about it, but not myself, but maybe somebody who irritated me, but not for real. Jeez. That's like Stearns getting hit by that Toyota. That's no excuse for what you did to Madeline Soto, Bubba. All right. Your anxiety over a car accident's not going to cut it here, sir. Brian Koberger's educational and medical mental health records. Any other third-party documents. Okay. Neuropsychological evaluation materials from Dr. Rachel Orr. Now, Orr was the specialist brought on by the defense team to examine Koberger. All of her raw data, protocols, response forms, including score sheets, handwritten or computer generated, examiner notes, behavioral observations for the following assessments. The WAIS-5 subsets administered. Similarities, vocabulary, information comprehension, block design, visual puzzles, matrix reasoning, figure weights, digital sequencing, running digits, digit span forward, backward, symbol span. And then they have this WRAT-5 subtest, word reading and sentence comprehension. Sounds like a lot of standard tests they would implement across the board to different types of people. Additional test, controlled oral word association test, Stroop color and word test, Wisconsin card sorting test, Tower of London second edition or second ed, Connor's continuous performance test. Connor's what? Performance test. Well, Connor's is to help determine some stuff about the spectrum and ADD, ADHD. We'll look into that. Iowa gambling task, DKEF's trail making and other specified subsets or subtest. California verbal learning test. Then they have one thing called the TOMAL-2, DTVP A2, the Identify Visual Organization and Recognition. Grooved pegboard test. You think you passed the pegboard test? Y'all know the types of tests they're performing. Yeah, I don't know if any of you are familiar with any of these types of tests. Like maybe not these technical terms, but you may have, if you've had anxiety or been to the doctor, you may have been giving like a little test to do whatever. That's this type of stuff, but on a broader scale in a lot of in this case.
Yeah, the Iowa Gambling Task, IGT, is a computerized psychological test that measures decision-making ability by having participants make repeated choices from 4 virtual card decks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where's my... Oh, okay. All right. All scoring... Oh, wait, I was back up here. So they have a TOMAL, a DTVP, A2, the Identify... Okay, we read that one. The Grooved Pegboard Test. Autism Diagnostic Observations Schedule 2, or Schedule 2 ED Module 4. All scoring reports, percentiles, scaled scores, non-references used in interpretation. And they have a rating scale here and inventories, completed forms, and scores. Now, Beck Anxiety Inventory, also known as the BAI. I have that. We can look at it. The Beck Depression Inventory. I have that too. Behavioral Rating Inventory of Executive Function Adult Brief 2A. Connor's Adult ADHD Rating Scale. We have that too. Social Responsiveness Scale, Adaptive Behavior Assessment System, Autism Diagnostic Interview Revised. Now, I haven't looked at all of these yet and what these do, but these caught my attention right off the bat. The Beck Anxiety Inventory and the Depression Inventory, okay, and the ADD, what, rating scale? All right. You know, so all these tests were being conducted of Koberger, and the state's like, oh, we need those reports, please. Ann wants reports, we want reports. The original completed forms, observer informant names, or the original completed forms, observer informant names, scoring data, and interpretation manuals, or computer-generated results where applicable. Interview documentation, examiner's handwritten and typed notes, all recordings of the interviews. Oh, the same stuff that Ann Taylor asked for. People were like, oh my God, she thinks they're lying. She wants it all. Documentation of the dates, locations, and durations of all interviews with the defendant and collateral sources. All materials used to form the basis of clinical opinions and conclusions. Any interpretive guidelines, scoring software output, and standardized references consulted. We need to make sure your doctors aren't quacks, that they're using the right standards here to comply with this type of testing. So how do you get around the scores on clinical tests such as these, right? Because you can bet that when Ann agreed to let the state take a look at Brian Koberger with their doctor, remember she was present for that, they didn't administer the same types of tests, right? And how would they dispute one another on the witness stand?
Well, the state's expert said that the defense's expert didn't do personality tests on him. There was a problem with that.
Right. And there, I think they were going to point out, well, you may have tested for this, this, and this, but you failed to do this, this, and this, or you failed to correlate. Who knows what these mental health doctors would have gotten into in the end. But it would have been a discussion for sure if we had ever gotten to trial with this guy. but the systems they used to rate him and they had to have come, obviously they had some sort of diagnosis. Anne came in hot with her filings about him, and how important it was the jury realize why he looked the way he did in court. I have. Okay. What are y'all saying? Okay. Yeah, no, right, Firefly. Well, we're not suspected of murdering homicidal maniacs. We're just regular people with some anxiety and stuff. Y'all ever seen those blotter tests, whatever they call them? You've never seen a documentary. People are shown.
Rorschach.
Right. People are shown certain tests to determine certain things. That's the kind of testing they're putting him through. It's testing his cognitive skills and testing all his things, right? To determine if he's spectrum disorder material or not. Like, what? So let me see where I had this. Let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw Witchy's personality testing comment, and that reminds me of what Firefly said the other day, that he probably has antisocial personality disorder.
Oh yeah, I would
And
say
who
that.
knows what else? I don't think they went deep enough on him testing him. You know what I mean?
Oh, not yet. Not even, because this test that there were a lot of these that were administered are going to be standardized tests, right? That they will administer to a lot of people. Because I looked these tests up. Even like this one is the Connors, something information about the Connors, and it's like guidelines for these therapists and doctors to go by, written by Mr. Connor or whoever. There's a lot to unpack with this guy that they've only scratched the surface on. I agree with that.
Oh yeah, Dr. Keith Connors.
Yes, Dr. Keith Connors. This is like a sample or interpretive report. So it'd be like client name, John Sample, and it gives the information. And you can go, it goes through the introduction about the Connors Adult ADHD Rating Scale Observer short version. This was just talked about in that document. And then it shows a graph here of subscale T-scores and inattention, memory problems, hyperactivity with restlessness, impulsivity with emotional ability, problems with self-concept, ADHD index. And these are examples. This is not pertain to Brian Koberger. So you have subscale scores, and so it gives them a guideline to follow. So a lot of these are going to be basic standardized tests they would give to somebody in his situation. And maybe even you don't have to be a person who's harmed people to really need severe psychiatric help, right? So we're talking people at that level. When they're trying to figure out, do we have 18 personalities running around in here, or we just got one? What are we working with here? Yeah, personality testing and psychological testing. His personality, how much of what was wrong with him, when I say wrong with him, the tendencies he had and the desires he wanted to act on, how much of that was personality? How much was that psychological? There's so much to this guy is not a textbook case. That's why when I go listen to the authorities on these killers, Ricardo and Dr. Ann, I listen, but they're right about a lot of things with Koberger, but they're missing the mark on a lot of things too, because there's so many unknowns with Brian Koberger at this point. No one's talked to him. You haven't analyzed him, conducted it. You have not held an interview with him. You've got no real raw feedback from the man himself. We have textbook case studies. It's like doctors in a hospital. They walk up to me with your textbook case study and tell me my child's going to die tonight, my premature baby, but 36 years later, we're still kicking. textbook case that baffled them for years. So, sometimes it is what it is. What do you guys think about them doing the family evaluations on the Kobergers? Do you think it was just like looking for information on Koberger himself, asking them about him, or were they taking a look at all of them just to, just in case Anne needed that later? She is his defense attorney, not the family defense attorney. We're over here making
that was all for
purchases.
mitigation,
Oh yeah, that's not going to come into trial. That type of stuff, it can't. It's prejudicial. We can't discuss that here.
You know what, though, too? The late dates on these exams also probably comes into play because, remember, their mitigation expert, one of them passed away. The one that was supposed to be doing these evaluations, I think. And they had to find somebody else.
They brought somebody new in. I wonder what the date, I have to go back and look at the date on that hearing that she was going on and on about going back into his family history and needing to do evaluations and needing to talk to people and all these things. Apparently she got it done because the state's wanting that evidence. All right. So that was on the list. That was actually 4-25 States Exhibit S1, like I said. The next one on the list was States Exhibit 4 to the defendant's objection to the motion in limine, which pertains to the advanced timing records. Is this the one that has the document, a screenshot of the document? Let me see. Because we are about to wrap it up for today, guys, and we're going to come back tomorrow to get into the documents, and we won't have drama to talk about to start the show off. We went through Olivia's interview. Guys, I wasn't really planning on that this morning, but I felt it was important to go over with you guys. I wanted to watch it with all of you. This document was at 4-8. Let me go look at that real quick. Oh, wrong direction. Okay, so Exhibit 4 to defendant's objection to the motion in limine records. Let me see. 5. Yeah. Okay, yep, this is it. Okay. Now, remember, there was a big to-do about the timing advanced records, right? With Cyray and the whole 7 days and all that. All right. Whoa, who's ProHawk? What was that? Oh, Bicca. Yeah, she's out of state. Okay. ProHawk Viche lawyer. All right. Exhibit 4 in support. What happened there? Go back. Okay. I couldn't see my controller, so I couldn't tell if I was... All right. All right. So comes now Brian C. Koberger through his attorney of record, Ann Taylor. I got to make this because I'm going to hit that other button accidentally. All right. Exhibit 4, Certificate of Authenticity of Records, FBI report from SA Balance, or from Special Agent Balance. That would be Nick Balance from the FBI. And screenshot of records provided to the defense. So this is a screenshot of stuff that was provided over to the defense along with the authenticity records. And this is what this is. This is a letter of authenticity for the documents from the FBI or from the AT&T. So this is from I, Stephen Gordon, attest under penalty of perjury by law of the United States of America that the information contained in this certificate is true and correct. He is employed with AT&T. He's the director of compliance. All records attached to this certificate were made at or near the time of occurrence of the matter set forth by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge of those matters. They were kept in the ordinary course of the regular conducted business activity of AT&T, and they were made by AT&T as a regular practice. Such records were generated by AT&T's electronic process or systems that procedures an accurate result, to wit. The records were copied from electronic devices, storage mediums, or files in the custody of AT&T in the manner to ensure they are true duplicates of the original records. The process or system is regularly verified by AT&T and at all times pertinent to the records certified here. The process and system functioned properly and normally. I further state that the certificate is intended to satisfy Rule 902 and 11 and 13 of the Federal Rules of Evidence. And there's Exhibit 4, sticker applied. Federal Bureau of Investigation, title to document additional records from AT&T. This is dated back in April of 2024. From to Jennifer Banks, Salt Lake City. Contact was Nicholas Balance. And it references the case, and of course it lists all of the victims. Extortion, aggravated, like what? And then it gives a synopsis to document additional certified records. Enclosure, it's got the AT&T records. Now what this is, excuse me, on April 3rd, 2024, Cellular Analysis Survey Team CAS Certified Special Agent Balance received additional certified records from AT&T. On April 3rd of 2024, he received additional records from AT&T. These records will be attached to the 1A section of this serial. What additional records did he get in 2024?
Yeah, that's interesting.
And here's the screenshot of what they were sent. We can't click on it. They were sent a timing advance report here on April. These are all dated April 1, 2024. So you got a timing advance report, another timing advance report, another timing advance, and another one down here. Now, right here, we have a geofence. So we're comparing what was in the geofence to the timing records. And who wasn't? I don't know. So he's not going to be there. No way. The phone was turned off, right? But this, I don't know. So what they were, if that was a comparison or what this was lumped in there with it. But yeah, that's interesting, right? That he received additional information. From where? From CAS reports that y'all updated or something? That's super interesting. But anyway, that's just the screenshot of what she got. But remember, she's up there screaming she don't have enough time. She doesn't have this. She doesn't have that. But yet she's got this stuff right here, last modified in April 24th or April 1, 2024. A year ago. Was that the updated stuff she received? Because remember, she kept wanting more stuff. She's like, I got this, but I want this.
Yeah.
She stood there in that one hearing early on, and when it was at the height of the CAS car stuff. And she's like, I have everything on the car. I want this CAS report. I want the emails. I want the notes on the side. I want the conversation over dinner. I want it all. So that was her ploy. So that was that document, guys, that was next on the list. The Exhibit 4. So Exhibit 4 has become unsealed. Again, Exhibit 4 was nothing more than an authentication document, partially, because you see that right here on the sticker, right? There it is, Exhibit 4. If I can come over here. Exhibit number 4, and then the name of the document, because people are wondering as these documents are coming sealed and gagged, What could that mean? Exhibit 4. Anne's got something. She's got an exhibit. Yes, she does. A screenshot of what they have. I don't know. Or Exhibit 4 turns out is the state saying, hey, we want this, right? It's so wild to start figuring some of this stuff out as we unpack these documents. Is crazy to me how it ends up. All right. Well, guys, I'm going to go for the day. I got things to do this afternoon around the house here, the usuals.
Okay.
Got to make some dinner and all that good stuff later. And I don't know. I got fun stuff to do. But tomorrow I want to get back to looking at these documents. Tomorrow there's a defendant's response to the state's first supplemental request, which we had just went over that. But then the requested jury instructions, all that come up. So I still need to go through some of these and see which ones are worth, us just going into right away versus whatever. We can speed through a couple of them. So I'll continue that this evening, and we'll meet back up here tomorrow. I thank you guys for coming in and hanging out with us while we look at this stuff. Just what are y'all noticing? What are y'all hearing? Weird noises from the show? Or from Pipsqueak?
No, Pipsqueak. I was talking about how she was went to the hall and was standing there looking down the hall, and I couldn't see what she was, looking at. And Firefly was like, "Are you still hearing weird noises?" That was from a few nights ago.
So yeah, that got better. I guess you got rid of the entity that was making.
I don't know. I didn't do anything, so I don't know.
Forrest, am I muted? Forrest, what are you talking about? Who's muted? Carrie, we're never going to know. Well, we have an explanation. They didn't really perceive a threat. So they waited until the next morning. They didn't ask because they were led to believe they were asleep. What were you replying to?
Oh, me?
With this comment
why
here?
they didn't ask in the interviews what took them so long or something to that effect or whatever.
Took who so long?
What took them long? Dylan and Bethany. Something about, what took them so long to make the call or whatever, or something. I don't know. It was something that I think that Firefly said. And I was like, yeah, but in those interviews, the police were led to believe that they were asleep because Dylan, even when she was standing out on the street, made it sound like they didn't know anything. They had been asleep.
Yeah, the cops didn't know right away.
Right.
They didn't know right away. They didn't know in front of King Road House when all that was unfolding that those girls had been awake all night.
Right. And then the other interviews that we've seen with them once they got back to the police station, they still didn't know,
No, they had to unpack that, and as it came out, it came out. And then
But these heifers didn't tell them either. So, yeah.
Not until they started probing them and getting into it. And they got the phone data. They took their phones. And remember, the PCA says they corroborate this timeline by the downloads from the roommates' phones. And we're like, oh, roommates' phones helped y'all pinpoint a timeline. There had to be some communication on there, right? Had to be some evidence on those phones to give you a timeline, or how do you know that?
That's what she said. She said she was saying that would be her first question to open it with. Why the 8-hour delay? Sorry, Firefly.
Well, I think so too. I agree, Firefly. I was, like I told Dolphin before, I was waiting to see where the hard-hitting questions were for her in the investigation. Not to say that being mean to her, but for me to believe right out of the gate with any case, you did a good investigation. You learn there's an 8-hour gap. Aren't you questioning them about that, right? Did they start to question that? According to Plunder, we have 2 interviews we have not seen with these roommates yet, and I really wonder, are they pressing them during these interviews?
I doubt it.
God, I hope so. If not, they just as dumb. Not
go ahead and say it. Because they
I'm just going to compare them to the WSU over there. Well, the car didn't. We didn't match the year, so we didn't call that tip in. Okay, shoddy police stuff. Okay. Yeah, there's no, I cannot, look, y'all, I don't even know if I got the energy left in me to debate why that girl didn't call no one. Now, y'all know me if y'all been around here a hot minute. I don't know why the girl didn't call. She perceived danger one minute, she didn't the next. She was the little boy who cried wolf, and people never believed her. She didn't want to be that girl anymore. I got the Vampire Diaries. I'm lucid one moment, I'm drunk the next. I thought I saw this and that, and I just ran. I just ran.
Yeah.
End of
I
story.
honestly don't think that they press them any harder. I'm looking
Probably
at
not.
yeah, because Riley said I wonder if they did, but we haven't seen them yet. Because there were things that I don't know, were cause for pause in
Mhm.
the very first few interviews on the 13th,
First,
and the
yeah.
cops just glossed right over it. Actually, the cops were, like, feeding Dylan, the
Yes.
story, like, "Oh, well, naturally, you went back to sleep, right?" Yeah, I
And
mean
remember yeah,
yeah.
and it sounded that way in the PCA. Some of us picked up on this vibe that she was maybe being not coached, but kid glove handled. But
Mhm.
so far, that's what we've seen. But
Yeah.
if I'm an investigator and as soon as I learned there was an 8-hour gap, well, okay, first of all, let me get my initial investigation going. When I get you to the station, I got hard questions. Where's my coffee? Because
Something else though too, those cops walking and the investigators, even walking through the house, should have realized how much sound travels in the house. Because just when the one guy was walking up the stairs, stomping up the stairs, you heard his boots,
Dylan says you
and
can hear
everything.
everything.
But that's
Dylan
what I'm
even
saying. The
said,
investigator standing in the house should have
so,
automatically thought, "Wait a minute." So
well,
she was awake, she kept getting up. She had to have heard everything that was going on
here's
in the house.
right. Part of the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to let her talk and tell me everything she's got to tell me from her point of view, her side of the story, what she saw, heard, and did and didn't do. And now she's telling me when I start to learn that she wasn't asleep all night, right? When I start to learn that there was activity on these phones and you're running down the stairs, um, did they start to go, okay, well, there's nothing to see here because this phone activity corroborates what she's telling us. They're just texting one another with their little phone conversation about we're scared, we're not. Um, I don't know, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit more, right? So from
Mhm.
the investigators toward her, because you see it in other cases when you watch interrogation videos, or not interrogate, but questioning. They were never interrogated, but when you're questioning somebody, they always hit hard on some of these people.
Oh yeah.
So it
Yeah.
was like, did they just feel sorry for them because they felt like this girl's in a panic but mode and she just witnessed and seen all? I don't know. It's hard to explain. We know the girls are innocent of doing the crimes. Nothing's been proven to attach them in any sort of way. Koberger, if he did have an attachment to one of those girls, he's taking it to the grave with him. Do you, buddy? Protect her all you want. What am I going to do about it? But as of now, these girls didn't do anything but make a bad decision that night, one behind the other.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's exhausting with those two. Y'all, they're gonna give me a headache. I'm gonna need a damn goody powder and a sit down in the backyard in a minute. Especially after all that drama I talked about this morning. My God.
Oh, I must have missed that. Oh yeah, because I was late.
Yeah. I had some stuff to say. You know
I'll
that.
catch it on the replay. I think I missed about 40 minutes or so.
And that's the last time I will speak upon that situation unless something drastic comes to light that may or may not. But if it does, or if things, I don't know. You never know. But I'm done with that conversation too. I'm over drama. I want to get busy unpacking these documents. We got things to do over here that pertain to true crime, right? And getting down to the
Yeah.
bottom of what this guy did to these
Mhm.
darn victims, these poor victims. Because at the end of the day, it is about what happened to Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. They didn't deserve it. They didn't do anything wrong but live their lives. Maybe the takeaway is for kids not to be so quiet out there with your lives, that there's no other way to teach it and preach it to them. But anyway, guys, thank y'all for coming in, sharing your thoughts with us. Pretty crying girls, of course, they felt sorry for them, and maybe they could get somewhere with them if they went easy on them. Yeah, maybe. There's that good cop, bad cop thing. Where's the bad cop part? I'm seeing a lot of good cop right now with these girls. Where's the press to make sure we don't have something amiss here with this 8-hour story? And that defense over there screaming about a cleanup. What? I don't know. It's crazy the way some of these cases turn sideways, right? It's not the only case that happens. There's a lot of sideways stuff out there with a lot of cases, but there's still a lot of documents to unpack. There was like 45 or 40 something in this set. Not all of
Right.
it super important. And then, like Dolphin and I noticed on that third batch that's yet to come, there's 100 documents in there. My God, I'm
Oh,
going to need
yeah.
coffee.
And I'm going to be poring over those when they get unsealed.
Those are the ones that we really want to start
Some
getting into.
all-nighters.
So, right, we need to get done with these so we can move into the other documents, because there's going to be a lot, and they've been giving us a few weeks in between the dumps, so we got to get this done. We can't be distracted with all this sad stuff going on out there, right? So we're just going to do it. No read technique used on them girls. None at all. They weren't being interrogated, though, Butterfly. I think cops only use the read technique technically when they're interrogating somebody. Questioning potential witnesses is probably not a good idea to go all read techniques on them, scare them off. Oh, goodness. Sirius says, we're a joy to listen to. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Bitchy, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you coming in and joining the conversation when we see you around. All of you guys. Coming in and sharing your thoughts. That's what it's all about. Firefly says, I wonder if Dylan talked to her dad, if he yelled at her and said, why didn't you call the cops? Now you got to make up some story to make it sound legit. Maybe in the moment. Yeah. But sometimes the truth, but what story would she, did she, because, okay, you got to be careful making up your story, especially if her phone can corroborate what her and Bethany were doing and saying to one another. We saw the text messages, right? So you better get rid of your phone, sissy. It'll get you every time, won't it? It'll get you every single time. And phones don't play. All right, guys. Dolphin, thanks for coming up and hanging out for a
You're
while.
welcome.
I appreciate that from you. Guys, if you don't mind, hit the like button on your way out if you haven't done it yet. Keep your notifications on. I'll try to schedule tonight in the morning so the noties can go out or whatever. People were telling me this morning there was a little issue with getting notifications. Maybe that's because I'm not always putting them out in a good lengthy time frame. I don't know. So Dolphin's like, so we'll check. But if I don't get it in like 30 minutes ahead, it'll give the notification, let it do its thing. So I got to get a little better at that, making sure I get my timing set. All right, guys, with that said, y'all have a good afternoon. Be careful on the YouTube streets. They can be dangerous. She thought she was dreaming. No, sometimes she's lucid and sometimes she's not. She has bad nightmares and such. All right. That's for her to unpack at the therapist office. All right, guys, y'all have let me get this. Y'all have a good afternoon and a good evening and all the things. And thank you for coming in. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Have a good one.
Bye, guys.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like